The polls are about to close, the counting is set to begin, and in the next few hours we'll find out who the winners and losers are in the 2024 general election.
It's been a short, sharp campaign since Rishi Sunak called the election. We'll be the first to bring you who's won what across all of our 18 constituencies.
Hello and welcome to our coverage of the general election results here in Northern Ireland. Relax, get comfortable, this could be a long and nerve-jangling night. But sometime before breakfast tomorrow morning, we should know exactly who'll be representing us in the new House of Commons and which UK party will be forming the next government. The campaign of the past 6 weeks provoked many questions, and tonight we can start to bring you some answers. In just a few minutes at 10 o'clock, we'll bring you that all-important exit poll, a first look at how the next Commons chamber might well look.
Yes, here at the Titanic Exhibition Centre in Belfast, we have 6 counts taking place, among them some of the most interesting in Northern Ireland. We have 2 party leaders going head-to-head in East Belfast, and a rare 3-horse race in North Down. We'll bring you all the stories and much more throughout the night.
At the Meadowbank Arena in Magherafelt, we are covering a huge swathe of Northern Ireland. The Unionist parties are slugging it out in South Antrim. It's a nationalist battle in Foyle. And the iconic Fermanagh South Tyrone seat is once again one to watch.
I'm in Craigavon, where we may only have 4 counts taking place, but amongst them is one of the most intriguing. Can the DUP hang on to Lagan Valley despite losing the sitting MP and party leader just weeks before this election was called? We'll bring you all the twists and turns.
One by one, the green benches are about to fill up. It's all about the numbers, and we'll be adding them up and breaking them down. So, who's going to be your next MP? We'll look at the votes in all 18 of the constituencies in Northern Ireland, and at the same time keep a very close eye on events across the water, including in Scotland, where 57 seats are up for grabs. And of course, there's the big picture, the battle to become Prime Minister. The race is on. We'll follow it every step of the way. We have every angle covered. You don't need to move. You can keep your seat, and we'll let you know how many MPs keep theirs.
And I'll be joined by some of our sharpest political analysts to assess those figures as they come in. Find out what they mean and maybe even work out the results before anyone else. We've already got the early turnout figures and can make certain judgments based on them. David McCann is here. David, what do you think?
Well, turnout last time was 62%. It does seem a bit depressed in some areas. So the figure I'm looking at is 57.6%, which was the turnout in 2010, which was the lowest in the history of Northern Ireland at Westminster level.
A very interesting night ahead. Key constituencies and marginal seats and everything in between.
And that's just a flavour of what we'll have on offer. Our political editor, Enda McLafferty, won't be leaving my side until every seat here is settled. We'll be hearing through the night from representatives of our main parties, and we'll be in London too, talking to Conservative and Labour figures as the wider picture there begins to emerge. But now it's time for that exit poll. As ever, this is a joint effort between the BBC, ITN and Sky News. It doesn't take Northern Ireland into account because of our size and particular electoral makeup, but in recent elections, it has proved to be a very accurate reflection of the overall UK picture. So here at 10 o'clock is what our exit poll suggests the people's verdict is likely to be. This is the moment of truth. And there you have it. At the stroke of 10 o'clock, our poll predicts a Labour landslide. Labour with 410 seats, up 209. The Conservatives, 131 seats, down 241. Our political editor, Enda McLafferty, has been looking at those numbers. That's the first time people at home and in our studio have seen them. Enda, some people might say no great surprises, but of course nothing is nailed down at this early stage. It is merely a suggestion of what we think may happen.
Yes. Exit polls come with a health warning, Mark, but in recent years, it has to be said, they have been pretty accurate. And what they paint for us this evening is quite a remarkable picture, it has to be said. Whenever you consider, for instance, just 5 years ago, the Labour Party was considered by some unelectable, and here we have the party basically doubling its seat count in the House of Commons, 410 seats. That's a jump of 209 seats from where the party came into this election, Mark, which is quite a turnaround, it has to be said, for Keir Starmer, who has only been Labour leader for the past 4 years or so. Then took a look at the Conservatives. We knew it was going to be a dismal picture for the party, but we didn't really expect this. This could, if these figures are accurate, reflect the lowest seat return for the Conservative Party in its history, and that gives you an indication of what could be in store for Rishi Sunak's party later. Just take a look at the figures. 131 seats. That's down 241 from what the party managed back in 2019. And when you look at 1997, for instance, which has been used as the barometer in the run-up to this election, John Major came back then with 165 seats. It was considered a low point for the Conservative Party then. Rishi Sunak has taken them much lower than that. And if you look at the Labour figure from back in 1997, this is a landslide, but it's not quite to the same degree as the landslide that Tony Blair managed to secure back then, because he came back with 419 seats. Sir Keir Starmer coming back this time with, 410.
Yep, and this is simply a prediction at this stage, and we should also explain those increases and decreases in seat numbers are adjusted to allow for boundary changes. So if you're doing your own calculations at home based on the number of seats 4.5 years ago, there'll be a slight discrepancy. Tonight, we will be looking at the change as it is tonight compared to an imagined, if you like, set of figures for 4.5 years ago, to take into account the boundary changes that, of course, have taken place, which are much more significant across the water than they are in Northern Ireland. We'll get into that in a lot more detail as the night goes on. But we need to talk about some of the other parties, because we now have a graphic that shows those to people looking at home. The Lib Dems, we are predicting 61 seats, up 53. The SNP on 10, down 38. And that comes with a health warning from the psephologists, the experts who have put these figures together. That is their best guess at the minute, but there are so many unpredictable factors that they're not prepared to commit fully to that. They think it'll be in and around 10.
The sample size in Scotland, we're told, was much smaller than elsewhere. That's why they can't be 100% sure, and as much as you can be in an exit poll, that the SNP will come back with 10 seats. If that is the case, well, that is pretty disastrous for the party. That'll be a loss of 38 seats. The party were braced for a difficult election. I'm not sure they were braced for something on this scale, if it turns out to be the case. The Liberal Democrats figure, I think that's enough to knock Ed Davey off his paddleboard, Mark, that result, because it's 53 seats more than what they came into the election with. So it's quite a turnaround for them. OK, and everybody will have noticed the figure there for Reform. Nigel Farage decided to come back into politics, frontline politics, during this campaign. Of course, took over as leader of Reform. Reform did not stand 4.5 years ago. The Brexit Party did. So again, it is very difficult to estimate here. We've got changed boundaries. We've got a different political party from the party that stood on a similar platform, I suppose, 4.5 years ago. But this prediction, with a health warning, is suggesting Reform could win as many as 13 seats, which would be at the upper end of expectations, because a lot of polls were suggesting it could be maybe 2 or 3 seats. Yes, absolutely. That was the max we were expecting the Reform Party to return. And here we have, if these poll figures are right, coming back with some 13 seats. And you can imagine how that would energise the Reform leader, Nigel Farage. Presumably one of those seats would be his seat. It also has to be said, Mark, if these figures are accurate, you could see some political big beasts within the Conservative Party losing their seat at some stage this evening, because we know, for instance, some 16 of the 26 cabinet members were in vulnerable positions. And if the picture was going to be as bleak as what this poll is suggesting, then I would say there'll be a nervous sit for some of the high-flying Conservative cabinet ministers.
Yeah, a couple of other figures there on that tally. Plaid, 4 seats, up 2 is the prediction there, and the Greens with 2 seats, that's up 1, and that's pretty much, I think, as many people expected the Greens to do, probably with 2 seats. None of this, of course, is a fact at this stage. It's merely a projection that the experts have put together for us, but all the UK broadcasters are using these figures, ourselves, ITN and Sky News. And we'll make the point here, before we hear from some of our colleagues in London, that obviously, if those figures for the SNP and Reform turn out not to be 10 and 13, then that will have an impact, presumably, on the Conservative and Labour totals.
Yes, there's 650 seats to fill here. So if numbers change, then obviously will have an impact on some of the other figures put out there this evening. They might change, they might not change. We'll just have to wait and see how it pans out, Mark. But nonetheless, lots of food for thought here for us to chew over, I suppose, between now and we start to get the first results through.
Yeah, and who knows when that's going to be. Anytime between 1:30 and 3 o'clock in the morning, we think. Let's hope it's 1:30 and not 3 o'clock. I'm going to come to our panel who are champing at the bit to get in just a moment or two, but I want to cross over to London to get some reaction to the exit poll from 2 guests who join us from College Green outside the Palace of Westminster in London. Baroness Smith has been Labour's leader in the Lords for 9 years. She was, of course, a direct rule minister here for 4 years under Tony Blair. Dominic Grieve was a Conservative MP for 22 years and served as Attorney General under David Cameron. He lost the party whip in 2019 and unsuccessfully fought that election as an independent. So welcome to both of you, and thanks very much indeed. I know it's a busy night for both of you. Thanks for making time to join us for the next half hour, 3/4 of an hour. Angela Smith, well, there's the figure that our poll is predicting. A Labour majority of 170, 410 seats, up 209. What's the official Labour Party reaction to those numbers at 10:05?
Well, I think we're still waiting to see. We expected a good exit poll because the polls have been good for us throughout the entire election campaign. But I think we do need to see the actual results. What we're expecting is to see some very close results in a number of seats. But I wouldn't underplay, though, how extraordinary this result is. If we were just to get a majority of 1 in this Parliament, we'd have had to get a bigger swing than Tony Blair got in 97, given how far behind. I know, Mark, I was in the studio with you in the last general election, and as the Labour results came through, they were just absolutely shocking for us. Everyone said it would be 2 or 3 elections before we could recover, and yet here we are, hopefully doing very well, but I want to see the actual results, see some of the results come through.
You know that people will want me to ask you, if this figure is right, Angela, of 170, would there be just a tiny little bit of disappointment that the Tony Blair bar of 179, his landslide majority back in 1997, hasn't been cleared? Now, be honest with me.
I'll be honest, no, there'll be no disappointment whatsoever. Actually, the swing would be enormously more than Tony Blair got in 97, but we're not in competition with Tony at all, and I think he will be delighted to see a Labour government if that's what we end up with at the end of the evening. OK, let's talk to Dominic Grieve. Good to see you. Dominic, how bad is that result for the Tories? 131 seats down 241 if we take into account the adjusted figures which factor in the boundary changes. It's not worst case scenario if it turns out to be right, because some polls were predicting it could be under 100, maybe as low as 50, but 131 is pretty dismal, isn't it?
Yeah, it's totally dismal. It's a very bad outcome, and I'm afraid it's a sign that the public have the electorate's turned against the Conservative government in a very big way. And that really isn't surprising when you look at what's happened over the last 4 years. And although Rishi Sunak, I think, has been well-intentioned, he's never succeeded in distancing himself from the mess made by his 2 predecessors, or indeed sorting out really the challenges that Brexit posed for the country, and which are not really being addressed by either of the political parties, or indeed any of the political parties in this election.
You know what some people are going to say. If only he'd played Boris Johnson in his team earlier in the campaign, these numbers might not have been as bad. I suspect you're going to tell me that the fact he brought Boris Johnson onto the pitch at all in the last few days might account for the fact that they're as dismal as they are. Am I right?
Yes, I think that Boris Johnson is a complete electoral liability, although he undoubtedly has some traction with Conservative Party supporters, and possibly with one or two who may have strayed off to Reform. He has absolutely none with the generality of the electorate, and indeed is a massive turn-off for large numbers of people who traditionally vote Conservative. I think his return was very ill-advised at the rally earlier this week, and I suspect it will have lost the party votes.
Can I ask you, Dominic, about that number for Reform? The prediction with a health warning in this exit poll is that Reform, party led by Nigel Farage, could take 13 seats. That will be out of kilter with the share, we imagine, the share of the vote that Reform will get. But that's one of the vagaries of the electoral system that we have in place. And no doubt Nigel Farage will rail against that in due course if these figures are borne out to be accurate over the course of tonight. How difficult is it going to be for the Conservative Party and for the House of Commons to function as it has done in the past with Nigel Farage and potentially 12 other Reform MPs sitting alongside him on the green benches?
It's impossible to answer how effective they will be, and I have to say I find the figure quite high because on the whole one would expect that the Reform surge is going to deliver more seats away from the Conservatives elsewhere. And if it really is 13, one would imagine that it's also having an impact on the Labour Party. One would have to go away and look at that in detail afterwards. But as for what happens, they're an opposition party like any other. I have to say, I think history shows that if an opposition party doesn't have a credible base to its policies, they're quite quickly exposed through the parliamentary process. The House of Commons is quite a big leveller from that point of view, but we'll have to wait and see.
Angela Smith, what do you make of the prospect of a small but potentially noisy, disruptive, I suppose, determined, choose your own adjective, rump of Reform MPs who won't want to make life easy for a Keir Starmer-led government and won't want to make life easy for a Conservative opposition led by whomsoever that turns out to be?
Well, we're certainly not expecting an easy life in government, and so that's not the issue that worries me. If they want to be disruptive, it would show that where their interests lie, and the interests should lie in delivering for the country. But I think it's going to be more of an issue for the Conservative Party. I don't for 1 minute think that all Reform votes, if they didn't vote Reform, would vote for the Conservative Party. I think there's a lot of non-voters in there. There'll be some people who voted Labour. There'll be quite a mix. But how the Conservative Party manages this and how they respond, if past history over the last few years is anything to go by, they seem to tack towards Reform to stop Reform, and it has the opposite effect. So I think the party that has most to be concerned about in terms of their future, of what they do next, will be the Conservative Party. They can either take the route that Keir Starmer's taken and say, right, the electorate didn't vote for us, what have we done wrong? We have to change our party, which he has done. Or they try and play to the lowest common denominator. That will be, we'll see what happens. None of us can tell yet, but it would certainly be an interesting concept if there was as many as that. But I think there's going to be a lot of tight votes. I think there'll be a number of seats where we're seeing them go down to handfuls of votes of who wins. And that creates all kinds of uncertainties in the results we're going to see tonight.
Yeah, and what you've said chimes very much with what the experts who've pulled this poll together have said.
It's what we felt on the doorstep throughout the last few weeks as well.
Yeah. So the SNP suggestion of 10 seats and the Reform suggestion of 13 seats comes with a very significant health warning. So stay with us, Angela and Dominic. I'll come back to you in just a moment or two, but I want to bring my panel here in Belfast in to the discussion at this stage. We've heard already from our political editor, Enda McLafferty. Lord Dodds, Nigel Dodds, is a former deputy leader of the DUP and a former MP for North Belfast. He lost out to John Finucane in 2019, of course. Deirdre Hargey is a Sinn Féin MLA in South Belfast and a former Stormont Minister for Communities. Claire Hanna is the SDLP's candidate in South Belfast and Mid Down. She's defending that seat, having won the second biggest majority of the 18 seats here back in 2019. Nuala McAllister is the Alliance Party's candidate in North Belfast, and she's currently, of course, an MLA for that constituency. Mike Nesbitt is Stormont's Health Minister and a former leader of the Ulster Unionist Party. And last, but certainly not least, we're joined by Professor John Tong from the University of Liverpool. Now, people are going to come and go throughout the night, but you're all very welcome at this stage of the programme. Good to see you. I hope you've brought your bananas and your digestive biscuits and your cups of coffee to make it through to the wee small hours. Those of you who've pledged to keep Enda and myself company. Nigel Dodds, Lord Dodds, well, you've heard reaction there from the Green in Westminster, a place you're very familiar with. What do you make of those overall numbers, first of all, that Labour landslide of 170? Is it pretty much in line with what you were expecting to see tonight?
Yeah, I mean, I think these are remarkably in line with the polls as they have been throughout the campaign and from the start. And it's remarkable that we've had this election campaign and in many respects, this was the result that was forecast 6 weeks ago. However, I would say this, that I think this election, with the scale of the swing to the Labour Party, will rank as one of the standout elections like 1979 when Margaret Thatcher came to power, 1997 when New Labour came to power. This is a truly phenomenal result for the Labour Party, given where they were a number of years ago. Staggering fall for the Tories. I spoke to Tory MPs before when the election was called, and they were pretty hopeful that they could get to 200 seats. They knew they were going to lose. But to get to 130 seats, if it turns out to be the result, yes, it's better than some of the worst forecasts, but it's absolutely disastrous. The Tory party will have difficulty finding enough talent, in my view, to fill the sort of shadow opposition positions.
That's what I was going to ask you about. Can the Conservative Party, if these numbers are right, can it form an effective opposition?
Well, I think it's very difficult when you get down to those sorts of numbers, because in opposition, it's a very tough gig indeed, because there's a lot of work has to go in. You don't have the resources of the civil service and all the backup. And you need people of real talent to be able to really forge an effective opposition. And when you've got such an overwhelming majority against you, that's going to be really tough. With the Lib Dems, you know, on 61, again, a phenomenal pushback by them, given where they were. But the 13, if Reform get 13 seats, that's going to be significant, not in terms, I think, of what they do in the House of Commons, but the effect on the Conservative Party is going to be incredible. The pressure now that will come on the Conservative Party by dint of the fact that Reform, if they get those sorts of figures, or even if they get 7 or 8, that will have a massive effect on the Conservative Party.
Do you mean, Nigel, that the Conservative Party will be looking over its collective shoulder?
Absolutely. During this Parliament? This will embolden those in the Tory Party who say we need to refashion ourselves to the right. Now, there is a strong argument, and you've heard Dominic Grieve and others say this, that you have to move to the centre in British politics to win. But this result is going to, I think, embolden many on the right of the party to say we have got to try and win back those Reform votes. And it'll be very interesting when the actual percentage share of the vote has come out to compare what is actual Labour share of the vote and what is the Reform plus Conservative share of the vote. Because if Labour do get around 38, 39, 40%, well, that's what Jeremy Corbyn got in 2017. So people will say, well, hold on a minute, in terms of vote share, we can come back from this. So I think there's enormous ramifications. We know what the overall result's going to be, phenomenal Labour victory, but the really interesting stuff throughout the night is going to be the battle that will begin, perhaps has already begun, within the Conservative Party as to the way forward, and a lot will depend on the size of the Reform representation in Parliament.
Yeah, plenty to talk about through the wee small hours, no doubt about that. We've talked so far about the overall UK-wide picture. We were just looking at some pictures when you were talking there, Nigel, of the first boxes arriving 18 minutes past 10 in Craigavon, the verification of our votes here for, I think it was Upper Bann there. So Craigavon, they're counting Lagan Valley, Newry and Armagh, South Down and upper band, 4 counts taking place there. So it's interesting. So it's underway, folks. We know it's happening. And some of the boxes have quite a journey to make, of course, from some of the outlying polling stations across the country. We've got counts taking place in Belfast, in Craigavon and in Magherafelt. The Chief Electoral Officer tells us that he's expecting the first result around 3 o'clock. We're hoping, Andrew, that it's going to be closer to 1:30 because 3 o'clock is a long time to have to wait, but we'll see in due course. Deirdre Hargey, you're hoping to go back, presumably in Sinn Féin, as the preeminent party in Northern Ireland, but of course you won't take your seats. You're an abstentionist party. But I want to ask you first of all, we'll get into the nitty-gritty of Northern Ireland in due course. What do you make of those numbers? 170 majority for Labour. Are you buoyed up by that?
Well, I think, Mark, it's seismic in terms of what's presenting if the exit poll is accurate. And it's not surprising when you look at the dysfunctionality, the chaos, the scandal that the Tory party has brought, not just to the people, but also internally, even within their own party, as has been said earlier this evening. They were the party that brought us austerity for the last 14 years, that have brought the health service at the point of collapse, that have brought public services to their knees. And I think it was clear very early on in this election, particularly in England, that it was between 2 choices. People had 2 choices between voting the Tories for another period of that chaos or voting for change and something different in Labour. And I think the public have spoken in that regard. That they no longer wanted the Tories, they wanted to punish them, and they wanted to try something new, and that was Labour.
As you say, if these numbers are right, that is the message that you take out of it, a bit of a bloody nose for the Tories. But have you any reason to believe, given anything you've heard in the last number of weeks, in particular during this campaign, that life in Northern Ireland will be any different under a Labour administration?
Well, I think it should. I mean, Labour were one of the architects of the Good Friday Agreement. They know the Good Friday Agreement. They know how valuable it is, even in the context of Brexit, which the Tories also brought onto the people here against their will. And we are hoping with that knowledge and with that investment that they put into the peace process, that they will recognise the work that needs to be done in working with a power sharing assembly and investing in public services and undoing all of the harm that the Tories have done over the last 14 years. So we will engage positively with the British government as early as tomorrow. When all of the results are through, and if that is a Labour government, that will be very much on the funding for public services, looking at our fiscal powers, and also looking at the budget that we have here to ensure that we can sustain those services going forward.
OK. Claire Hanna, I'll ask you about the numbers in a moment or two, but let's get the fact that you're a nervous candidate waiting for votes to be counted in South Belfast and Mid-Down. Your constituency is the one that's had the biggest change, I think, in Northern Ireland. It's the one with a different name. Really appreciate you coming in, because I know the kind of pressure you'll be feeling. Are you confident?
Well, you said we weren't going to talk about my... Well, just... I'm running on caffeine and sugar. We'll know in a few hours and maybe chat to you about it closer to time. You're right, it has been substantially altered, but we've run a very vigorous campaign and put a lot of work in over the last 4.5 hours. So we'll know soon enough. OK. You don't look like somebody who's unduly worried. Is it fair for me to say that? You look fairly relaxed. You can credit the BBC makeup department for that. But...
OK, let's talk about the numbers then overall. 170, which is, as we've been saying, pretty much in line with what most of the polls have been suggesting. Labour with 410. I think YouGov today suggested Labour could get 431. It'd be so interesting to see what the final number is. But what does that mean for British politics if it's right?
Well, first and foremost, it's an exercise in democratic accountability, and long may that be the case. People have had their say about over a decade of decimation of public services, of the chaos of the last few years in particular, and just a lowering of public standards in public life. And that absolutely should have consequences and should have consequences here and elsewhere. For people to keep faith in politics, they have to know that if politicians behave like the Conservatives have behaved, particularly in the last 2 mandates, that they have the opportunity to bin them. It's a hell of a mandate for Labour, who have a huge amount to do. Obviously, my interest and the interest of the SDLP is this region in particular, and delivery for this region, fiscal framework, more and appropriate resources to run public services, and stability and reform of the Assembly so that we don't get into the nihilistic collapses that we've had. And it'll be the job of the Northern Irish MPs who'll emerge over the next few hours to get that accountability. In terms of if those are the reform numbers, and I hope they aren't, I think that's sad. I think they are a consequence of the absurdity of the Tories over the last mandate as well. I don't think they've displayed any understanding of the complexity of problems or any solutions. They've just fed off people's anger and frustration. But I do think it'll probably have a fairly toxic effect.
Do you agree with Nigel Dodds when he talks about the Tories constantly looking over their shoulders? If reform has anything like 13, well, I think Nigel said even if it has 7 or 8, that'll have an impact on how the Tories conduct themselves and deal with things.
I think so. I think they have been constantly looking over their shoulder. I think they've read signals from the public incorrectly year after year. And unfortunately, the moderates within the Conservative Party who do exist, and we've worked with some of them over the last 4.5 years, never overwhelm you with their courage in terms of taking control of their party. And I do think that will have a fairly, as I say, toxic effect, and that will need to be countered. Some of the negativity, some of the scapegoating and the type of politics that the Reform Party have espoused in this campaign.
OK, let's gallop along our panel, talk to Nuala McAllister, who is, as I say, the Alliance Party candidate in North Belfast. Just before we get on to the bigger picture, same question as I gave to Claire. How are you feeling after a short, sharp campaign, 6 weeks, but hard work?
I think that anyone that says that they're not nervous is lying. So I think it's safe to say that every candidate or political representative is nervous. It's an election campaign. They can be brutal on everyone. They can also be quite enjoyable too, but I am glad to see the back of the campaign and look forward to seeing the results as they come out tonight.
It is a slightly different pressure on each of you because many people have been predicting that that Claire's going to hang on to her seat, and most people have been predicting that John Finucane will hang on to his seat in North Belfast. I know you fought for the seat 4.5 years ago alongside Nigel Dodds, and you came third out of those 3. But it's not just, and we've made this point in conversations we've had throughout the entire campaign, it's not just about winning seats tonight, it's about positioning your party for future electoral success as well. So there's been a responsibility on your shoulders as far as that's concerned.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Alliance have had successes since in the past 5 years, most recently in the Assembly election, and in 2019 we did see one of our biggest percentages. I believe it was over 16% then. So it's not just about winning seats. And we all know that in first past the post elections, there will be parties that will be squeezed constituency by constituency. That's a fact, it happens, but it's about actually building on that platform. And for us, for Alliance, we have cemented that third party position in Northern Ireland, and to maintain that tonight, in terms of the number of votes.
Just a quick word about the overall picture there. The fact that Labour appears to be doing well with a big majority, a very big majority. Not a good night for the Tories. And your sister party, the Lib Dems, up 53, if these figures are correct, at 61. That is a remarkable success, as we've already said, for Ed Davey and his team.
Yeah, I mean, not at all surprising of the overall picture when it does come to UK politics. I'm not disappointed, to be perfectly honest, when it comes to the Tory government. They have absolutely driven a wedge between the public and the confidence that they have in the democratic system. So I'm glad to see the back of that government in particular. When we talk about poverty here in Northern Ireland, it has risen because of the measures of austerity, because of this Tory government. But for us, when it comes to this new government, the first issue on our agenda from Alliance will be reform. We've already had those discussions with Keir Starmer himself and with the wider Labour team. So regardless of who takes up the positions, we have made sure that our position remains unchanged when it comes to the issue of reform. And we actually do have understanding and listening ears, and that's something that we will be progressing again over the weekend.
OK, thank you, Nuala. Mike Nesbitt, welcome to you. Nice to have you with us tonight. What do you make of the overall numbers, first of all? I mean, are you relaxed about that, or are you fearful for what it might mean for the constitutional debate?
Absolutely not fearful, Mark. I'm glad it's over, because I think Labour ran a very cautious campaign, not dropping the ball, seemed to be at the top of the agenda. So now maybe we'll see exactly what Keir Starmer intends to do. Unfortunately, I don't think he's going to do what Tony Blair did in '97 and pump prime the National Health Service. And I don't think Northern Ireland's going to shoot up to the top of the agenda in 10 Downing Street. But I think Keir Starmer has a genuine affection for Northern Ireland, which began when he was the Human Rights Advisor to the Policing Board. I think having Sue Gray in 10 Downing Street is no bad thing. It'll be a good thing for Northern Ireland, although not necessarily for the civil service of Northern Ireland, I have to say. And so I don't think unionism has anything particular to fear from a Labour government. In terms of reform, Mark, I would just say this. I mean, if it's 13, it's 2%. The TUV have just over 1% of the MLAs at Stormont. So I think there's a similarity there. They will be an irritant, but an irritant is no bad thing in politics. It keeps you on your toes, keeps you sharp. And by the way, talking to sharp, I'm really pleased the BBC have Angela and Dominic on the green at Westminster. I think you've picked very well there, two of my favourite politicians.
Well, I'm glad you're impressed. They're smiling whenever you say that. Well, actually, let's bring them into the conversation. I mean, if anybody's going to pay you a compliment, the Health Minister up at Stormont, Mike Nesbitt, is the man to do it. You're blushing, Angela.
I'm sure I'm not. But if Mike wants to make me blush, that's fine. Go ahead, Mike.
Very good. Well, anyway, that's a nice compliment. Here's an interesting thing. Angela and Mike, I'll throw this to both of you. Tom Elliott, of course, Ulster Unionist candidate who was beaten by Michelle Gildernew 4.5 years ago in Fermanagh, South Tyrone, who is not the Ulster Unionist Party's candidate in 2024 for that seat, is nonetheless going to Westminster because he's been included in the list of peerages which have been announced, the dissolution honours, I think it is. So, Mike, there you go. Tom Elliott is going to the House of Lords. Quick reaction to that?
Well, it's a long time since the Ulster Unionist has had a pick. I'm delighted it is Tom, absolutely delighted. Another strong voice for the most westerly constituency in the whole of the United Kingdom. And I promise you this, the one thing Tom will not be is same old in terms of peers of the realm. And the big question is, will he now invest in a season ticket for the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium?
Well, when we get hold of him, we'll ask him that. I'm just trying to remember. I think he can still sit, can he? You'll know about this. He can still sit in the Assembly. Yes. So we got rid of double jobbing, but we don't count the House of Lords, isn't that right? Lord Morrow sat on. Yes, Nigel, you're an expert in this as a peer of the realm as well. So Tom could technically continue as an MLA as well as sitting in the House of Lords. Angela, how do you feel about Tom Elliott joining you on the red benches?
We're looking forward to seeing him, certainly.
Yeah, but he did sit on the green benches, of course, as a period, because he was the MP for Fermanagh, South Tyrone, for one Parliament, for a short time. So you're happy to see Tom Elliott. You think that's an interesting inclusion in the dissolution honours, Angela?
I think it's always good to see representation from Northern Ireland. It has been rather dominated by the DUP in recent years, so it's good to see a balance, a different voice from unionism. In the House of Lords, certainly.
Can I ask you both about something that we just picked up? Nigel was talking about it there. If those figures are right, Angela, first of all, the Conservatives on 131, can the party perform the role of effective opposition with that kind of number if those numbers are right by the end of play, by breakfast time? Because there are huge demands on an opposition party, we know that. Do you think those numbers work?
I don't think it's the numbers that's going to be the problem for them. I think it's the divisions that made it difficult for them to govern, will also make it difficult for them to be an effective opposition. Until they sort themselves out as a party, they won't be any more effective in opposition than they have been in government. So I don't think it's a numbers issue. I think it's their own party getting their act together, and what remains to see how they respond to, if it is the defeat that's been predicted tonight, how they respond to that will be, well, very interesting to see, and I can't predict that at all.
My experience from the 1997 Parliament was that once we had got our act together as an opposition, even with 165, we were able to do that credibly and cover the committees and cover the junior ministerial posts and shadow them properly. So I even on 131, I still think that's feasible. If you go under 100, I think it becomes much harder and you have to have a new system. But I agree with Angela. Ultimately, the Conservative Party's got to decide where it's going. If it gets lured towards Farage and reform, it will probably split if it persists in that course of action. So I think it's got to do some really sensible thinking. And I agree with what Angela said earlier. The tendency has been for it to be magnetically attracted towards trying to mirror reform in order to deal with reform, and it just doesn't work. What you've got to do is to go back and position yourself on the centre ground of politics and appeal to a very wide tranche of conservative, small c, middle England. On that basis, they can rebuild themselves.
Yeah, some people think, of course, that the party has shifted too far towards the centre, and if it had been more to the right, it would have done better, and reform might not have done as well. You know that narrative, but you simply don't agree with it.
I don't agree with it. I think it's a complete and total fantasy, and a very dangerous fantasy, and it's the fantasy that has landed them where they are now.
OK, that's all very interesting. I want to ask you, Angela, if you think Hilary Benn is nailed on as Secretary of State for Northern Ireland, assuming that Labour gets a majority, assuming it's a landslide majority, assuming he holds his seat, which I think we're pretty sure he will do. The fact that he served for a term as a shadow Secretary of State, is he the right man for that job?
Well, it's probably above my pay grade to make the predictions of who'll be in the cabinet, since I'll be one of those waiting, hopefully, for a phone call. But I think Hilary's been excellent in the job, and I know Keir has enormous respect for him, and they've worked really well together. Of course, Keir himself is very interested in Northern Ireland. So wait and see is all I can say, but I think he's been excellent in the job. And if you look at the kind of policies he's been talking about, particularly as Keir announced when he was in Northern Ireland, to get rid of the Legacy Act and replace it with something that is actually far better for Northern Ireland, and to listen and consult with political parties, I think we get into the area where we have a Secretary of State that works with political parties in Northern Ireland and not against them.
Well, you've answered a question there that I wasn't sure whether I would be polite in asking you or not, and that is whether you'd be waiting for a phone call from the new Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak, to offer you a position in the Cabinet. I know you're close to him.
Did you say the new Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak?
Oh, sorry, did I say Rishi Sunak?
I think you did.
Apologies. 25 to 11, it's a bit early to be making a slip up like that. It's early doors for that kind of thing. I meant Keir Starmer, of course. You're close to him, and I know when he was a young MP, you provided a bit of advice and pointed him in the right direction way back when. Do you think you'll get that call? You're hoping that you're going to be invited to join the Cabinet then?
I'd love to be invited to join the Cabinet, but it is a matter for the new Prime Minister.
Yeah, OK. Well, that's a yes, obviously. We'll see what happens. You've had a very important role for the party, of course, in the House of Lords in recent years. Since I mentioned Rishi Sunak, maybe I was bumping ahead to what I wanted to talk to you about, Dominic, and it is this. If these numbers are right, and if at the end of the day the Tories end up sub 150 seats, can Rishi Sunak hold on? Would he want to hold on, do you think, as party leader?
No. He will announce his resignation in the next 24 hours, and there will have to be a leadership process. I can't think of a Conservative leader who has held on in such circumstances. No, it's over. And there'll then be the task of selecting a new leader, which will be the first indication of whether the party is going to do something sensible or do something crazy.
Yeah, and that's really interesting. Whether it moves to the right, moves to the centre, we will see in due course. And that will depend on who actually is sitting on the green benches, because some of the characters who might have fancied themselves taking the baton from Rishi Sunak might not be there to take it.
I think that's very likely. And interestingly, I think a survey that's been done of the likely makeup of the Conservative Party in Parliament suggests that it may be much more moderately inclined to the centre than it has been in the past. And that will produce quite an interesting issue about the parliamentarians' views as opposed to the views of the membership.
Really interesting to hear from both of you. Thank you very much indeed. Good to talk to you as ever, Dominic and Angela. We will We will watch with interest as the government is assembled tomorrow and hope that your name is on the list. Thank you very much indeed to both of you for joining us, Angela Smith and Dominic Grieve there on the green outside the Palace of Westminster. Let's bring in Professor John Tong from the University of Liverpool, who's been listening patiently to our conversation so far. So much to talk about, not quite sure where to start. Let's start with the overall numbers. You've been crunching away on your laptop over the last 35 minutes or thereabouts. How good are those numbers for Labour? How bad are they for the Tories?
It's catastrophic for the Conservatives. I mean, the fact that it was a disaster foretold doesn't make it any less seismic in its import. There's no reason to doubt the exit poll either. If you look at its prediction of Conservative seats in 2019, it was only 3 out, and it was only 4 out in 2017. So we can assume that that figure of 131 is broadly accurate. That's 2/3 of the Conservative Parliamentary Party wiped out on a single polling day. That, I don't think, has ever happened on any scale before. It's the worst result in Conservative Party history. The previous worst result was 1906, when they had 156 Conservative MPs. So this is huge. It's worth remembering from the Labour point of view, there's only ever been 3 elections, including this one, where any party has got over 400 seats. So it's a huge achievement for Labour. It's a sign of the low expectations that, this is, to some extent, there will be a few Conservatives so almost breathing a sigh of relief. I mean, Professor Sir John Curtis said the range of possibilities for the Conservatives was from 50 to 150. So the fact they're on 131 means, as Dominic Grieve just said, they are still in the game in terms of forming a credible opposition who can fill the vacancies. Just on the Lib Dems, if that exit poll is 1 out, if they can get 1 more and they get 2 more, it'll be a record number for the Liberal Democrats. So Ed Davey's eye-catching campaign will have paid dividends. For me, the biggest eyebrow raiser of all, though, was that figure of reform, of 13 for reform. I wasn't expecting that. And there is a real risk now that the reform tail, will try and wag the Conservative dog in Parliament. And the Conservatives will have to make a decision. Do they want to go down the Suella Braverman line of cozying up to Nigel Farage, inviting him in, trying to get him as leader of the party, or do they go down the centrist route? And as Dominic Grieve said, there will be more centrist Conservative MPs in terms of size of majorities remaining and have nothing to do with Nigel Farage. Remember Lord Cameron said, we should have nothing to do with Nigel Farage, and that's a decision they've got to make. The risk for the Conservatives is that it's reminiscent of the 1980s when the Conservatives were in power throughout that, because the centre-left and the left were split. And here you've got the right divided between Reform, who've obviously got a big vote today, and the Conservative Party. So, potentially this could be, this could be the first of several big wins for Labour, unless that fracture on the right of British politics is healed and heal soon.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. You talk there about the Conservative Party as if it is a single entity, and many people watching this, listening to this at home will be thinking, well, it's anything but, because there are different groups within the Conservative Party. We've seen that in recent years, have we not? And it depends who you ask as to what that individual might say about what the future direction of the party should be. And as Dominic just said, it depends who ends up leading the party. And that depends on who manages to hang on to those seats, because some of the big-name candidates who will fancy their chances won't be there.
There'll be a lot of candidates, though, in the contest if the rules stay the same, because you only need 15% of the parliamentary party. So you only need 20 people backing you to contest the next Conservative Party leadership election. People might think, well, who on earth would want the job?
Yep.
But I think people still will want the job and expect a large number of contestants. But they might change the rules. There's been talk of it being confined to the parliamentary party, given that they didn't like the fact that the members chose Liz Truss, and her premiership has contributed to the scale of tonight's disaster, for sure. I mean, the Conservatives were still in the game, percentage-wise. I mean, they're only 10 percentage points behind. Then we had the Liz Truss premiership. They've been 20 percentage polling points behind ever since that Liz Truss premiership.
Yeah, it's very, very interesting, and I suppose as we start to get some results in, we'll maybe be able to refine precisely what we think the narrative of the evening is. Look, thank you for now. I'll come back to you all in a moment or two. We're just going to pause this part of our conversation and cross over to Claire, who is joined at the side set by Dr. David McCann from Slugger O'Toole and Ulster University. Just to talk a little bit, I think, there about turnout, because we're starting to get a bit of a picture about that.
Absolutely, starting to get a bit of a picture. And I have to say, though, Mark, when those numbers came up from the exit poll, if there was one numbers man in the room who dug straight into them, it was David. David, just give us a sense of those numbers, first of all. What were you telling me about Labour?
Well, the 5th of May 2005 was the last time the BBC projected an exit poll with a Labour majority. So there were people voting in this election who weren't even born the last time that ever happened. So Keir Starmer joined some elite company. Only Clement Attlee, Harold Wilson and Tony Blair have led Labour from opposition into government since the war. And again, he's only the 4th person to do it.
Still projections at this stage, David. We should remind our viewers and our listeners. But let's talk about who turned out to vote. What do we know about today so far?
Well, we've got a bit of a patchy reporting in from Northern, but what we're seeing so far is it does look like that turnout in working class areas, particularly working class unionist areas, is down in comparison to other parts of the electorate. And that maps and mirrors very much what we saw at last year's local elections. We actually saw that a wee bit in the Assembly election. So that would probably give Early Doors, Alliance, SDLP, Sinn Féin a bit of a lift. It will cause some worry for parties like the DUP and the TUV.
Why do you think people haven't turned out in those areas?
Well, look, I think this has been the first election in 9 years that we've had with Stormont up. So whilst Brexit dominated the previous 2 elections, I think when we're looking at things like the protocol, there's been a general kind of depressed nature within unionism in terms of turnout. And I think this seems to be carrying through. And it does seem to be, that figure I was telling you at the start, 57.6%. It does seem that we are trending towards a turnout around 60% or potentially lower, which doesn't do this election or its heart any good.
Does that mean that campaigning in the run-up to this hasn't done the job it had hoped to do?
Well, I just think there was no overarching narrative for this campaign. I mean, there was talk about it being a bit of a dull election. I think that's a bit unfair. But again, in the previous two Westminster elections, Stormont was down and we had Brexit and we had turnouts north of 60%. It is worth noting, Claire, Northern Ireland hasn't been above the UK-wide turnout since 2005. So there has always typically been a bit of an apathy. Whilst we typically lead on devolved turnout across the UK, we are generally behind. We had the lowest turnout across the UK in 2010, 2015, 2017 and 2019. And it's looking a bit like we could be following that in 2024.
It wasn't a bad day today either, David, was it? It was windy, but it wasn't too rainy. It shouldn't have kept people at home, but people are on their summer holidays.
Yes, and that is a big difference between us and England. And again, Rishi Sunak didn't really take that into account. And that does show in the postal vote figures. So 25,571 postal votes were issued. That was up from just under 17,000 last time. I did a wee bit of digging from 2019 and found out that in 2019, 80% of people who did apply for a postal vote sent it back, got it accepted, but there were 20% who didn't. So I know there are some people online speculating about, oh, well, maybe the postal votes will come in and lift turnout. But we should note, just because you got issued a postal vote doesn't mean that you, 1, returned it, or 2, filled it out properly, which means it could be rejected. So that won't do a massive lift in turnout.
And when do we find out the results of postal votes? Are they just tipped out onto tables like everybody else?
We'll find them out a bit later in the count. So they'll be declared alongside the seats. But the actual complete data we won't get to a wee bit later. But I have seen that boxes have started arriving for the Lagan Valley count. They are being tipped out as we speak. So here's hoping. Lagan Valley was the first seat to be declared in 2015. So here's hoping maybe at about 1:30, 2 a.m. we might get a key seat in.
You heard that, Mark. 1:30, 2 a.m. David is putting his first election result to come through to us from Lagan Valley. We can hold him to that later, can't we?
He's always an optimist, isn't he? I mean,
someone has to be.
Like everybody at this table, he wants it to be around then, but I'm afraid the Chief Electoral Officer was pouring a bit of cold water on that the other day, suggesting it was going to be 3 o'clock. We will see. What time is it? It's nearly 10 to 11. Even if it is 1:30, it's still a very long time away. Enda, I want to come back to you. You're picking up little bits of chat about this and that.
Yes. Reaction, obviously.
Steve Baker, you mentioned.
Yep. Reaction, first of all, to the exit polls coming in thick and fast, as you would imagine. Keir Starmer has taken to Twitter to thank everybody for the support for what he called his now changed party. We've also had Lord Mandelson reacting to the exit poll, talking about an electoral meteor has now struck planet Earth, was the way that he put it. And he said it's a reflection of where the Tory party has ended up right now. But Steve Baker, as you say, the former Northern Ireland Office Minister, it looks as if, Mark, he has less than 1% chance of retaining his seat in Wickham, which is coming as a bit of a surprise to him this evening, judging by what he's just said in an interview.
Less than 1%
Less than
chance.
1%.
And this is the man who a few days ago effectively launched his leadership campaign. I mean, he broke cover ahead of everybody else to say he thought he was the man to take over when Rishi Sunak gives up the leadership. And that was before a vote was cast. So,
well, he's nothing if not bullish, as we know. Steve Baker, he strikes from the front foot all the time. So that's very much in keeping with his DNA. But I think he's got a lot of soul searching to do now because he's hanging on by a thread by all accounts.
Well, he's agreed to talk to us later in the night. So I look forward to that conversation. Bit of a word about peerages. I mentioned Tom Elliott there, who is a nominee from the Ulster Unionist Party. There are quite a few interesting names on that list, aren't there? The Conservative Party made 7 nominations. There are, 8 from the leader of the Labour Party, including Margaret Beckett, Harriet Harman, Margaret Hodge, John Speller, Rosie Winterton. And as far as the Tories are concerned, Sir Graham Brady, who of course chaired the 1922 committee. Anybody else leap out?
Yeah, we have Theresa May, the former Prime Minister, on that list as well. We also have Dame Eleanor Lang, of course, in the Deputy Chair in the House of Parliament. No surprise there. We have Chris Grayling as well, Member of Parliament for Epsom. But an interesting one at the bottom there, Mark, we have Liam Booth-Smith, who was the Downing Street Chief of Staff. So when you consider that this list was published about an hour ago, before the voting started to count, obviously somebody's making a big prediction about their future career prospects.
Yeah, it's unusual. I think that's fair to say, Nigel. You were saying this. It's very unusual for the list to be published really at this stage of proceedings.
Highly unusual to get the dissolution honours list before the close of polls on election day. But to see the Chief of Staff of the Prime Minister's name on that list before the polls have closed tells you everything you need to know about what they rated their chances. And I just want to say congratulations to Tom Elliott. He'll be the 3rd Fermanagh South Tyrone representative, along with Arlene Foster, Baroness Foster and Lord Morrow, now in the House of Lords. So the most westerly part of the United Kingdom will be well and truly represented, and it's great to have another voice from Northern Ireland join us in the red benches.
And of course, Ken McGuinness was a member of the House of Lords. Right. He's not an active member at the moment, not an active member, but was there for a time. OK, interesting stuff. I mean, the decision to put the Chief of Staff on the list at this stage is fascinating. Maybe we'll hear more about that as the night unfolds. Let's find out what's happening across Northern Ireland. We have a team of reporters covering each and every one of the 18 constituencies here. Catherine Morrison is at Titanic Belfast, where they're counting the 4 Belfast seats, along with Strangford and North Down. Well, Catherine.
Hi, Mark. Yes, here at Titanic Exhibition Centre, we're expecting a couple of Titanic battles here tonight. I believe the ballot boxes have just arrived outside and they're just coming in. The 600 counters are here and ready to go. As you say, 6 counts taking place here tonight, the 4 Belfast constituencies. We've got North Down and we've got Strangford. Now I'm just going to head over and speak to our political correspondent, Gareth Gordon, who's going to be here all night with me. Gareth, we just have to start with East Belfast. All those phrases, too close to call, knife edge, they're true.
You're stealing my script. This, Catherine, is Glastonbury for political nerds, except with one difference, with better headliners. And of course,
sound, hopefully.
The two biggest headliners going head-to-head, trying to knock each other out in East Belfast. That's Gavin Robinson, the leader of the DUP, versus Naomi Long, leader of the Alliance Party. Now, they have gone head-to-head before. 3 times Gavin Robinson has won. Everyone's saying this time it could be very, very close indeed. And of course, of the 2, given the year the DUP have had, I think Gavin Robinson is the one, and the DUP least afford to lose. I have no idea, if you're going to ask me, who is going to win. I've heard all kinds of predictions about turnouts in Alliance areas been better than turnouts in DUP areas, and turnout in the Short Strand, where people might be thinking of loaning their votes to Alliance, being low by 6 o'clock. I have no idea if any of that matters a jot, but I tell you, there are a lot of very nervous people in this room tonight.
Yeah, we'll find out soon enough. Another interesting one here tonight is North Down, that 3-horse race. Now, I have seen all 3 candidates are here. So we have Stephen Farry for the Alliance, we have Tim Collins for the UUP, and we have the former DUP independent now, Alex Easton. Nobody looking particularly relaxed or, nobody looking confident.
I spoke to Stephen Farry a while ago and he did seem very relaxed, but maybe he's just blocking it out. Actually, Alex Easton here with Jonathan Bell. People will remember him, of course, of RHI fame, so that's one to watch. Stephen Farry is the holder, goes into this election as the holder of the only Alliance seat in Northern Ireland. He wants to hold on to that. Alex Easton has tried 3 times, he has failed 3 times, and this time his job is not made any easier by the fact that the Ulster Unionists are running Colonel Tim Collins, who has come from a standing start. Nobody's saying he's going to win, but of course Tim Collins...
He had a bit of a rough campaign.
Absolutely, it was a pretty dirty campaign all round. Not pointing fingers in any one direction. Colonel Tim Collins, of course, very well known for his famous speech at the start of the Iraq War. The Ulster Unionist Party have been courting Tim Collins for years, over 20 years. Even people talking about him as a possible leader of the party. But whatever happens tonight, his vote, Alex Easton's vote, will eat into each other, possibly allowing Stephen Farry through between them on the rails.
Right through the middle.
But you just cannot say, and it's much too early. Come back to us the next time, I may have more idea about that.
Okay, well we will, and we'll come back to you for a little bit of gossip maybe later on. Any stories, anything you're hearing.
I'll give you plenty of gossip.
You keep us updated. Thank you. Well, just if you can see behind me, we've got the media platforms up there. We've got the reporters up with a bird's eye view, but we also have some reporters down here for us. We have Kevin Sharkey and we have Kelly Bonner. So Kevin, if I can start with you, you've been looking at Strangford. What are you expecting to see tonight?
Well, I was just thinking there, Catherine, if you think of Strangford, it's produced very many renowned people over the years, not least in recent times, Ciara Mageean, the middle distance runner, who's been setting all kinds of records on the world stage in recent times. She's very fast, And something else that we think might be quite fast here tonight is the declaration for the constituency of Strangford. It's due to be among the first, possibly the first here, around about 2 a.m. Now, what will happen when that is ultimately declared in the early hours? Well, the expectation among the pundits is that the DUP will hold the seat, that Jim Shannon will be returned to the Commons. Now, he had quite a big majority the last time around, about 7,000 or so, but Alliance will be pushing, and something to watch out for is to see how far and how close Alliance can get to Jim Shannon this time around.
Absolutely. Kevin, thank you. Now, Kelly, you have been keeping an eye on Belfast South and Mid Down, which has a new name. I've had to write it on my hand to remember it. But new name, any chance of a new MP?
I doubt it, Catherine. I think it's a pretty safe seat for Claire Hanna. Remember in 2019 she won by, 15,000 votes. I think this time around she's going to benefit from the fact that Sinn Féin didn't run a candidate in South Belfast, so that kind of lack of nationalist competition could only be a good thing for Claire Hanna. Her rival is Kate Nicholl. You'll know that she was the former Belfast Lord Mayor. She's one of her rivals, but I think they're kind of hoping that this new boundary changes. I think it's 1,850 extra votes that might stand the Alliance in good stead, but also they hope that their kind of confidence in the last Assembly election, they might get more votes there. But I think, let's face it, Claire Hanna is probably a shoe-in for South Belfast.
Yeah, so much of this is about looking forward to that 2027 Assembly election and building the vote share. Kevin, North Belfast, talk to me about North Belfast.
Well, if you want to look at North Belfast this time around, it might be quite useful and instructive to remember what happened the last time around. Remember that election in 2019? It was fiercely competitive between the DUP and Sinn Féin. Nigel Dodds had been holding the seat for very many years. Sinn Féin were coming on his heels, wanting to deliver a knockout blow, if you want. Remember, it was quite a fraught, a toxic campaign at times. They were like the two parties were almost like two buffaloes locking horns, nobody wanting to give way. This time around, very little or none of that at all. It's been quite a moderate campaign, quite genteel in many respects. Why? Well, possibly because Sinn Féin has been gaining ground throughout that constituency, and over recent elections the unionist vote has been receding, and that hasn't been helped at all by the fact that the Shankill has moved now to West Belfast. So the expected outcome is that John Finucane will indeed hold his seat this time around. He had a majority of 1,900 the last time. It'll be interesting to see what the gap is this time around.
Indeed, Kevin, thank you. And Kelly, finally, West Belfast. Another safe seat. What are you expecting there?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is another safe seat for Sinn Féin. I read somewhere this is the safest seat for Sinn Féin in Northern Ireland. Paul Maskey has held this seat since, 2011? But also it's worth adding that it is the best performing constituency for People Before Profit. So Jerry Carroll stood in 2019 and he got over 16% of the vote, which is some going for West Belfast. And I think because Jerry Carroll has been so vocal about his stance on Gaza and Palestine, that could gain him a number of seats, because we've all heard, the controversy and the backlash Sinn Féin has come under for attending the White House. So I think it's pretty safe to say that Paul Maskey will retain his seat, but it's all to play for, of course.
Indeed it is. Kelly, thank you. Now, Kevin, you mentioned declarations. We do have the podium set up over here with behind me there, so that's for declarations and for speeches. In 2019, the first constituency to declare was North Down at 1:52 a.m, so we'll have to see if history repeats itself in the early hours of tomorrow morning. Mark, back to you.
Catherine, thanks very much indeed. It would be well ahead of the 3 o'clock prediction from the Electoral Office, so we'd be very happy with that. More from Catherine and her colleagues throughout the night. Of course, let's move on to our second count centre of the evening. Richard Morgan is at South Lake Leisure Centre in Craigavon, where there are 4 seats up for grabs: Upper Bann, Lagan Valley, Newry and Armagh and South Down. Richard, you've a couple of interesting tussles there to get your teeth into. Lagan Valley, of course, everyone's keeping a close eye on that. And South Down could be one to watch as well.
Yeah, both really interesting, Mark, and I just want to explain why I'm starting in a hallway is because we have 2 rooms at play in this count centre. In here, that's where the declarations will be made later. Political careers could begin, political careers could end, but before we get there, the counting has to happen, so it could be some time before we're even at that point, and this is where the main action is happening. The boxes have been arriving already. We have some high-profile politicians here already, including the Deputy First Minister, the Education Minister, who were heavily involved in Jonathan Buckley's campaign in Lagan Valley. And keeping an eye on Lagan Valley for us, Lindsay Telford. Lindsay, your 2 constituencies, Lagan Valley, Newry and Armagh, no matter who wins, we will have a new MP, somebody new going to Westminster. But let's start with Lagan Valley.
Oh, Richard, Lagan Valley is going to be one of the tightest battles of the night tonight. We just don't know which way it's going to go. It's always been held by a unionist party. Of course, Sir Geoffrey Donaldson held that seat. He's held that seat since 1997. Up until this year, of course, he's not running this year because he's to stand trial over historical sex offence charges which we understand he is to strenuously deny. But let's park him to the side. Who is running tonight? Defending that DUP seat is Jonathan Buckley. He's young, he's 32, he's energetic. One thing that could go against him, though, is he's not from Lagan Valley. He's from Upper Bann. OK, it's not on the other side of the world. It's a neighbouring constituency, but that could maybe go against him. Now, someone who is very well established in Lagan Valley is the Alliance Party's Saoirse Eastwood. Think back to the general election in 2019 and that alliance surge when she came second to the DUP, and that margin of theirs dropped to 6,500. She'll be hoping that that gap closes tonight and that she takes that seat. And if she does, Richard, she'll become the first non-unionist MP in Lagan Valley.
And Saoirse here already, she's already promised she'll have a word with us later when she has more to say. But in terms of Lagan Valley, there are other parties at play which may make it more interesting. in terms of Saoirse Eastwood's chances to take the seat?
Absolutely. So we can't forget UUP Deputy Leader Robbie Butler. He's really quite popular in Lagan Valley, and he's eyeing up those disaffected DUP voters. He'll also be looking at that Sir Geoffrey Donaldson personal vote, and how that all balances out then in the end for Saoirse Eastwood will be really interesting. But look, he's confident as well in himself that he could win this. But if we think about UUP, they haven't won a seat in Lagan Valley since 2001. They've struggled to get a share above 20%. So look, we'll watch and see. The TUV is also running a candidate, Lorna Smith. She's hoping to chip away at that DUP vote. So let's see who that works out for Saoirse Eastwood. And finally, of course, Sinn Féin aren't running a candidate. So Saoirse Eastwood, the Alliance Party, will be hoping to mop up that nationalist vote.
You say Sinn Féin there. Let's talk about your other constituency, Newry and Armagh. Now, Sinn Féin expected to take that seat, but it will be a change in MP.
It will be, OK. So Mickey Brady has held that seat since 2015. Dara Hughes is hoping to take up the mantle, and we're not expecting any surprises tonight. This is one of Sinn Féin's safest seats. I think it's safe to say that'll be Dara Hughes's tonight.
OK, Lindsay, thank you. You'll be keeping a close eye on both of these constituencies, and we only have 4 counts happening here at South Lakes in Craigavon, but that doesn't mean that there's not going to be any excitement. We have Lagan Valley, which we're keeping a close eye on, and Louise Cullen. We could have a surprise in South Down.
Yes, absolutely. So the SDLP is promising the shock of the night in South Down. Now, of course, this is a Sinn Féin constituency, and when Chris Hazard held it in 2019, it was with a margin of just 1,600 votes over the SDLP. Now, this time, they are eyeing that margin in the form of Colin McGrath, who's a very popular and well-known local MLA. And this is where then the Alliance Party vote comes into play, because Patrick Brown stood for the party in 2019 and he increased the Alliance vote share by just over 10%. But he's, of course, recently resigned from politics. And the question is, was that a personally strong vote for him, or was it a vote for the Alliance Party? Will those votes stick with the Alliance Party, or will those voters vote tactically to try to oust Sinn Féin? Of course, there's a unionist element here too. Diane Forsyth is keeping it in the family for the DUP. She's the daughter of Glyn Hanna, who ran in 2019. But she's having to look over her shoulder at the TUV, who are standing in South Down, and their candidate is former DUP MLA Jim Wells. So there's a real dynamic going on there. It'll be interesting to see how that affects the DUP vote. But realistically, this is a 2-horse race between Sinn Féin and the SDLP. One of only 2 constituencies in Northern Ireland where that is actually happening. There's going to be a lot of attention paid to what comes out of these boxes as they're getting open behind me here.
The other constituency you're keeping an eye on, Louise, is Upper Bann, and you mentioned the TUV in South Down, but crucially for Carla Lockhart, who's defending this seat in Upper Bann, the TUV is not standing a candidate there.
Yes, Carla Lockhart's hoping to secure this seat for the second time. Last time out in 2019, she had a margin of 8,000 votes, just over that. And that sounds pretty safe, but as you say, the TUV isn't standing here, so that will shore up the unionist vote. Sinn Féin is running Catherine Nelson, and she's likely to build on the party's performance in 2019. 3 other main parties are also standing here: Owen Tennyson for Alliance, Kate Evans for the Ulster Unionists, and Michael O'Loan for the SDLP. But realistically, this is sort of looking like a fairly safe DUP seat, and it's quite likely that Carla Lockhart will be leaving here, the happy woman, in the early hours of the morning.
All right, well, you've called it now, Louise. Thank you very much. Louise and Lindsay will both be keeping us right here throughout the night. Louise might have to wait a bit longer for some of the boxes in South Down because they're travelling from Kilkeel, but the Upper Bann boxes, they only had to travel round the corner here to South Lakes in Craigavon. But we will bring you every twist and turn over the course of the evening, Mark.
Richard, thanks very much indeed. Let's head over to Magherafelt now, where Elaine McGee is at the Meadowbank Sports Arena for us tonight. And Elaine, you've 8 seats to keep an eye on for us, stretching from the 3 Antrim constituencies through Foyle and right down to Fermanagh and South Tyrone. Fair to assume, I think, that a couple of those seats unlikely to provide any great surprises. I'm thinking there about Mid-Ulster and West Tyrone in particular. But South Antrim, Fermanagh, South Tyrone and Foyle could be really fascinating.
Good evening, Mark, and welcome everybody to Meadowbank Arena in Magherafelt, one of the biggest count centres anywhere in the UK. And we're going to be talking about 8 constituencies for you this evening. We're going to be looking at Foyle, Fermanagh, South Tyrone, West Tyrone, East Londonderry, Mid Ulster, North, South and East Antrim. So a busy night ahead. There are 3 deputy returning officers designated to the 8 constituencies here, and in the coming hours they'll take to the platform behind me and they'll announce the inevitable Westminster winners. But we are some distance away from that yet, and if you're currently weighing up staying with us, which I recommend that you do, or setting your alarm for later on, last time out in 2019 West Tyrone was first across the line out of the constituencies here. That came through about 2, and last across the line in 2019 was Fermanagh South Tyrone, which came through at 6:59 a.m. So could be a long night ahead. We have a great team of reporters on the ground tonight because every constituency here has a really interesting story to tell. Let's start first of all with South Antrim and Mid Ulster. Niall McCracken is taking care of those constituencies tonight. Let's start with South Antrim. Niall, is it the UP's best chance of winning a seat at Westminster?
Well, when Robin Swan joined the race, he certainly got people talking. He hasn't arrived here in Magherafelt because I've been looking out for him.
Not yet.
But I think it's fair to say that the full story of unionism in this election won't be told until we have the South Antrim result. Now, this has always been, unionists have taken this seat in the Westminster election in recent years, most recently with Paul Girvan from the DUP. Before him, it was Danny Kinahan from the UUP, and I think you can tell how keen the UUP are to get that seat back, and it's evidenced by who their candidate is, Robin Swan, arguably one of the most high-profile candidates in this election, and of course the UUP hope that high profile will turn into votes. Whether that's the case, it remains to be seen, but certainly commentators are saying it's a 2-horse race, but it's maybe too close to call at the minute. But we'll see how that pans out throughout the rest of the night. And then of course you have Mid Ulster, large rural area, you know, nestled in between the Spurns, the western shores of Lough Neagh. That seat has always been Sinn Féin, dating way back to 1997 when the boundaries changed and Mid Ulster and West Tyrone separated. At that stage you had Martin McGuinness, and then up until 2013 it was Francie Malloy. And now whatever happens with Sinn Féin, and they are seen as the favourite in this seat, you are going to have a changing of the guard and a new face if they're successful in the form of Cathal Malahan, who's well known in Mid Ulster Council. So we'll see how that pans out.
Absolutely, there's a lot going on and Niall will be looking after it all night. Let's turn to Fermanagh South Tyrone now and West Tyrone, because both constituencies, Sinn Féin will have high hopes for both, but Fermanagh and South Tyrone on a knife edge, particularly, Julian.
Yes, but I think with the boundary changes in Fermanagh and South Tyrone, it should see Pat Cullen returned, replacing Michelle Gildenew, of course, who didn't stand this time. Undoubtedly, Sinn Féin have benefited from those boundary changes. But then few people predicted Tom Elliott's victory back in 2015. Tonight we know that Tom Elliott will be returning to Westminster. He's been given a life peerage and the dissolution honours, so he'll be going to Westminster to sit in the House of Lords. But whether Diana Armstrong will be joining him as the only unionist candidate, she faces a tough battle. A lot of it will come down to turnout. Fermanagh and South Tyrone traditionally see some of the highest turnout figures in Northern Ireland, around 70 to 80%. On my way here, I stopped at a number of polling stations. At 5 o'clock, turnout was as low as 25% in Cabra. At 9 o'clock, that had risen in some polling stations to between 50, 60%, but we're unlikely to see those high figures that we've seen in previous elections. West Tyrone, a safe Sinn Féin seat, as you say, all the Begley expected to be returned there. Again, turnout not as high as previous years, around 50%, I'm hearing. It'll be interesting to see who comes in second there, though. There is Daniel McCrossan, of course, for the SDLP, and then Thomas Buchanan for the DUP. But this is a constituency where the TUV also have a candidate. And Thomas Buchanan was telling me he's actually good friends with the TUV's Stephen Patterson. In fact, they're members of the same Orange Lodge.
Well, there you go. Bit
of rivalry
yeah,
there.
Absolutely. Gillian Fowler, thank you very much for that. An important thing to remember too about this count centre is the huge geographical spread of the constituencies that are being counted here. The ballot boxes are coming from Balleek in County Fermanagh, from the Sperrins, from the Glens of Antrim and the banks of the Foyle. Kieran Turish is keeping an eye on Foyle and East Londonderry for us tonight. Let's start with East Londonderry, Kieran. Safe bet for Gregory Campbell, or what do you think?
Yes, Elaine, as you say, I'm looking at East Londonderry and Foyle, and on paper at least, the general consensus seems to be that both outgoing MPs, Colm Eastwood and Foyle and Gregory Campbell, should be re-elected. I've just been speaking to Gregory Campbell. He's here with his wife, just arrived, Frances. They're having a quick cuppa and taking in all the detail that they can about, the constituency and how that is playing out. He's quite happy with his canvass, thinks he's got the message across. For him, he said it's been bread and butter issues, the health service, cost of living crisis, and he thinks he's done quite well. Not complacent, he says, but I think that his camp are very hopeful. The battle for second place in East Londonderry could be very interesting. Cara Hunter finished second the last time. Sinn Féin's Kathleen McGurk should push her hard this time. Keep an eye on the TUV as well, because they could chip away at Gregory's majority of 9,607. So Gregory Campbell possibly with a reduced majority.
Kieran, thanks very much for that, and Kieran keeping us updated all night. Let's talk about North and East Antrim now as well. Elaine Mitchell taking care of those constituencies for us tonight. North Antrim, a Paisley dynasty seat, of course. Elaine, is that another given this evening?
Absolutely, but you never can tell. I mean, it is a pretty safe seat for the DUP, you would think. Ian Paisley held a majority of about 12,000 votes last time around. I don't know if he'll get just as many this time around. He actually, though, there's always a bit of a swing in this area as well. Last time around, it was Robin Swan of the UUP who benefited from that. But as you heard, he's not standing this time around. It's Jackford Minford on the poll instead. Now, I think, though, the big clash here is between the big personalities, Ian Paisley and Jim Allister of TUV Reform. So we'll have to wait and see how that pans out. The TUV didn't actually stand in North Antrim in the last Westminster election. In the previous one to that, though, they didn't do very well, polled less than 7% of the vote. So I'm not sure just how much of a threat Jim Allister is. But you know what? Their confidence seems to be high, so we'll have to wait and see. East Antrim as well is another interesting one. Sammy Wilson there, he has a high majority as well, about 6,000 ahead of the pack. But again, it's likely he might keep the seat, but with a reduced majority. Danny Donnelly of Alliance coming in behind him, quite strong there, but you just never can tell.
It's all to play for still, isn't it? Elaine Mitchell, thank you very much for that. And there's plenty of updates from our reporters over on our live page on the BBC News NI website, of course. So, Mark, it looks like it's going to be a long but a lively night. They're already wheeling in the picnic baskets and the cooler boxes, so we're bedding down for a little while yet. Check in with us again shortly here at Magherafelt.
Elaine, thanks very much. We're obviously in the wrong place. I haven't seen any picnic baskets, have you, at this stage? No? Now, just a reminder, by the way, this programme is being broadcast live on BBC One Northern Ireland and iPlayer. It's also being simulcast on Radio Ulster and BBC Sounds. Our colleagues on the BBC News NI website are also running a live page throughout the night with all the latest news, views, results and projections from every count centre here and across the UK. And you'll also find a complete breakdown of the votes in your constituency once the result has been declared. So don't go looking for that yet, would be the advice. We'll come back to the panel, get a few thoughts on what we've been hearing, some of the constituencies that our colleagues have been talking about there. But just beforehand, you've been getting a few bits of gossip, bits of intel, and we're beginning to see a few Tory casualties already. Well, unofficially at this stage, but people are they're waving the white flag.
Yeah, throwing in the towel. It looks as if we have our first cabinet casualty. Mark David Davis, who is the Welsh Secretary, has told our colleagues in BBC Wales that he doesn't expect to retain his seat, and that'll bring the curtain down on his 19-year career at Westminster. He did have a majority there of some 9,000 votes in the past, so it's quite a turnaround for him, but he is already, if you like, throwing in the towel this evening. Jeremy Hunt, the Chancellor, in a very difficult position. We understand he could well become the first Chancellor in history to lose his seat. The indications are that he has a less than a 20% chance of holding on to his seat as it stands right now. He hasn't thrown in the towel just yet, Mark, but the figures don't look particularly good for him. And we've also heard interesting from Nicola Sturgeon, the former leader of the SNP, about what the exit poll is telling us about her old party's performance. The fact that, according to the figures released earlier, that it looks as if their seat number could drop from 48 to 10, which is quite a collapse. She's basically saying that questions around the campaign that was run, and she's very much blaming the fact that things were framed around that battle in Scotland to get the Tories out of government, and she feels the SNP suffered as a result of that.
OK, let's pick up on some of those constituencies that we were talking about over the last 10 minutes or thereabouts. North Down, Mike, I just wanted to talk to you about North Down. We were hearing, it was Gareth Gordon was talking about that, about the confidence, some might say the uber confidence of your candidate, Tim Collins there. Do you think he's really on to take that seat? Because a lot of people think it's a battle between Alliance and the independent Alex Easton.
I'm not ruling Tim out. I think he has picked up quite a bit of momentum in the last couple of weeks, so it will be interesting to see. And, you know, I do recall that I think if you pick up the County Down Spectator from something like the 19th of December 2019, there's Alex Easton on the front page saying, "I will never run again." You know, basically saying 3 hits and I'm out. So I think it was perfectly valid for Tim to come in as a candidate, because in our analysis that was still the situation. Now, 2 very different characters, very, very different characters. Some people think that the 2 characters will split the vote, which will make it a lot easier for Stephen Farry. But, you know, this is democracy. And unionism needs choice, and Tim offers a choice that is, I think, significantly different. So I'm not ruling him out. But he's got a lot of work to do to get over the line.
Just confirming, by the way, that we have our first result of the night. John Tong is nodding. It's Sunderland South, Labour victory, and interestingly, Reform coming second on that.
Yeah, not many people anticipated Reform coming second. If you look at the swing from Conservative to Labour, though, it's around 13%. That will be enough to certainly to give Labour a big overall majority. But that Reform, they got within 7,000 votes of Labour in Sunderland South. That's a performance that is really eye-catching. And so that prediction of 13 that 1 or 2 of us were sceptical about from the exit poll could well be fulfilled if that's repeated nationally.
Yeah, that's and Sunderland South. There's always a bit of a battle in the northeast, isn't there, to get the first declaration? So Sunderland has done it. I think it was Newcastle last time.
It's astonishing how they do it. It's astonishing how they do it. 75 minutes. What they have is a large number of counters. No counter is allowed to count above 10, because if you count up to 25, you can lose count. So they have very small bundles, loads and loads of counters, very fast transport. But it's still miraculous to get it out in 75 minutes.
It's absolutely remarkable, especially. Sorry, folks, but when you think about it in terms of what we're being told, that we may have our first result at 3 o'clock in the morning. So there you go.
The last result here was Fermanagh South Tyrone last time at 6:40 a.m. I just want to add my congratulations to Tom Elliott on his peerage, but I do want to point out that that means it's 1 fewer voter, UUP voter in Fermanagh South Tyrone. It's too marginal to give up a voter.
I'm sure he didn't factor that in whenever he got the letter from whoever sent the letter, number 10 or the cabinet officer or whatever. Mike, I just was going to say one thing to you about North Down. There's a lot of talk about unionists wanting to get Stephen Farry out in North Down. Do you not think... I mean, this is an interesting one. Would you not have more in common as a progressive Ulster unionist, which is how you describe yourself, with Stephen Farry from Alliance than you might have in common with Alex Easton, ex-DUP, now independent?
I think I've got more in common with Tim Collins than the other 2. And if you think about his record, his achievements, his service, I mean, it seems to me he is an ideal candidate for the Green Benches of the House of Commons.
How critical is it for the Ulster Unionist Party to get back into the House of Commons?
Well, that would be a measure of success. And I think Doug Beattie finds himself in the same position I was in back in 2015, which was leading a party into a general election with no incumbents. And when you think of the history of the Ulster Unionist Party, that's a very rare thing, and it's a very unwelcome fact. And I think Doug is basically doing something very similar to what I tried to do in 2015, which is identify a small number of constituencies where there was a possibility of winning. So for me, it was Upper Bann, it was South Antrim, and it was Fermanagh South Tyrone. And of course, Danny Kinahan won South Antrim, and Tom, as the only candidate in modern history to unseat a sitting Sinn Féin MP, won Fermanagh South Tyrone. So there was something in that for the Ulster Unionist Party, but there was also something in that for unionism, because I think that Fermanagh South Tyrone constituency, being the most westerly in the whole of the UK, it represents a really kind of significant thing in unionist psyche. And to take the seat off a Sinn Féin sitting MP gave unionism a bit of hope.
But
that was sadly missing.
OK, so that was then, but this is now. And I haven't found anybody yet who's called Fermanagh, South Tyrone for the Ulster Unionists. People say it's tight, but that the boundary changes and the incumbency of Sinn Féin probably mean that there's going to be a Sinn Féin successor to Michelle Gildernew and Pat Cullen.
I accept that the boundary changes make it much more difficult for a unionist to win that seat. But I don't rule Tim Collins out, as I've discussed. I don't rule out Robbie Butler in Lagan Valley. Very, very popular guy, very energetic campaign. And of course, I think our lead in terms of getting somebody back onto the green benches has to be Robin Swan in South Antrim.
And you think that's on?
I think it's on, yeah.
OK.
The big challenge is, will somebody be sitting beside him as he flies over for the first time to Westminster?
Well, that's going to be very interesting. Yes, Tom Elliott will. Tom Elliott can show him around for sure, but you mean going to the same destination, don't you? You mean going to the same coloured bench.
It's really important, because if you get two, you become a party, and if you're a party, then you have access to the big bucks of policy development money. And in 2015, that was really important. I was able to just almost double the size of our press and policy staff overnight because we'd got the two MPs.
More press officers, eh, Mike? That's what we need. We badly need more press officers.
You may say that. I will not.
Well, it was laced with heavily laced with sarcasm. No offence to any of the press officers out there, but
it was a bit late, Mark.
OK. All right. Well, there would be people who wouldn't necessarily disagree. OK. I want to ask Nigel Dodds about some of those seats there. 3 seats do you accept that the DUP might struggle in tonight? East Belfast, Lagan Valley and South Antrim. How concerned are you that those could go the wrong way for your party tonight?
Well, look, they are tighter than we would like, obviously, for the reasons that have been mentioned. But I think that I've been in the constituencies, and I was very buoyed by the reaction that the candidates were getting. I think that Jonathan Buckley obviously pitched in there at the last minute. I mean, 7,000 votes have come with him from Upper Bann into that constituency, 7,000 electors. And he has run a very, very energetic campaign as a first time out. And, I'd be... all the stars would need to align for the Alliance Party to win that seat. So I think that this is going to be tough. It's a very difficult situation, challenging situation, but Jonathan has been very, very energetic in his campaign. Obviously, Paul Girvan in South Antrim. South Antrim has been back and forward a number of times, so it's no surprise that it's back in the mix. We'll have to wait and see. I was there today. Again, part of North Belfast has gone into South Antrim, so I know those parts well. And I was very happy in the way in which I found the vote was holding up there, certainly at our end. East Belfast, of course, is the big one. Everybody's eyes will be on it, and it's just far too close to call. The TUV being in the seat obviously poses challenges for the DUP, but at the same time, we have the Green Party running, we have the SDLP running that didn't run the last time. So we just don't know. I mean, it's going to be touch and go on that particular seat. And I remember when Peter Robinson, I was remembering the other day, Peter Robinson, when he won that seat in 1979, going back all those years, it was a three-way split back then. Peter Robinson really won that seat by 78 votes, and a very, very high alliance vote even then. So this has always been regarded as a really safe unionist seat, but I mean, there's had its knife-edge battles in the past as well.
Yeah, when you talk to Jim Allister and you bring up the subject of unionist vote splitting, he says it's a false narrative, and that's not what the TUV being on the ballot paper actually delivers. Do you buy that, or do you think a TUV/Reform candidate in East Belfast, Lagan Valley and South Antrim could be part of the problem for your party?
No, look, I think in a Westminster election, where it's first past the post, this unique electoral system that we have for electing members of Parliament, it's undoubtedly the case that if you fragment the vote, or the votes that would otherwise come to the leading unionist candidate in this case that we're talking about, undoubtedly that has a damaging effect. So you've got to have, I mean, in these elections, it's horses for courses. You've got to decide what is your main objective. And if the main objective is to have in many cases, a representative of any kind taking their seat and representing the constituency in Parliament, or if your main priority is to have a unionist representative, then that's the way you need to vote in this type of election. In a PR election, it's slightly different because you can go down the ballot and votes will transfer. But nobody can pretend that in a Westminster election, first past the post, that you do not know what you're doing when you put a candidate up against the leading unionist candidate when you know that there's a battle to hold that seat. You're deliberately targeting that seat in order for the leading unionist candidate to lose. And I think that's a very short-sighted, damaging approach to the cause of the union. And I think, and many of us urged Jim Allister to think again, but unfortunately, in some seats, he went ahead with that.
And the thing is, of course, he did think again as far as Upper Ban's concerned, and he decided not to stand a candidate there because he felt that the DUP's candidate, Carla Lockhart, could come under pressure from the Sinn Féin candidate, and Sinn Féin could potentially take that seat. And that's why he didn't run a candidate there.
Yeah, I mean, it's for him to decide where of course, where he runs and how he justifies it. But, I mean, he did take that decision in that case, so he could have taken that decision in other cases, but decided not to. Look, I regret that. I think that the cause of the union, and many people have said this, the main issue is to have unionist representation from our point of view in the House of Commons, and that's best served by Gavin Robinson getting as many votes as he can in East Belfast, obviously. Oh, right. I mean, in terms of North Down, just to comment on that, we've focused on this sort of split between Alex Easton and Tim Collins and taking votes from each other. But there are many people out there who've told me that the Alliance Party are worried about the fact that Tim Collins could be taking votes from the Alliance Party. And that could help Alex Easton. So, I mean, it's a complicated picture in North Down. I think there'll be votes going every direction, and it could be very, very interesting how that works out.
Well, Nina McAllister, you're on your phone. I suspect that or tally people for the Alliance Party sending you little messages, little nuggets of what they're picking up on the ground. We're seeing lots of pictures of votes being counted right across the country at those 3 count centres. What are you hearing at the moment?
No tally numbers yet, just a few little quips about turnout. But, right. I mean, I don't rely on the turnout figures because, I mean, people can say what they want about what they mean, whether they're up in particular unionist areas, down in nationalist areas. Really, I mean, I remember back in 2019 when we had some concerns in North Belfast about turnout figures, and it didn't turn out to be true. So you can't really rely on that too much. But no, it's very nervous night, of course. For Alliance, we do want to retain our MP, but it is too close to call at the minute.
What's your hunch about how that campaign has gone? It was pretty, it got pretty nasty on occasions. There was a Good Morning Ulster outside broadcast from North Down, and you know, a number of those leading candidates engaged with each other, and the gloves were off.
Yeah, I mean, outside of the actual candidates themselves, it has been a pretty brutal campaign at times. You know, I was there when I witnessed our candidate, Stephen Farry, actually receiving verbal abuse from people on the street. But thankfully, there have been others who have come up to him and actually praised him for keeping his head held high, despite the actual nonsense that has been thrown at him. But look, it is politics, and we do expect that there will be a little bit of difficulties in campaign, but I have been shocked at the level of some of the issues that have been flying about, particularly on social media. But we all know that social media at times can be a bubble, so you can't rely on that too. But we expected as politicians to get a little bit of crap, so to speak, from the public. But it's difficult in a campaign that is so tight, and it is. It's tight,
and there are a number of candidates, and Nigel Dodge has just made the point, who might draw support away from Stephen Farry, your deputy leader, of course. Boundary change is not significant, defending a majority of 2,968. Tim Collins might draw some of those votes away, but so might the Green candidate and so might the SDLP candidate, potentially.
Yeah, and that's a reality that they didn't run the last time, so we just have to look at that fact. And unfortunately, in other constituencies across Northern Ireland where Alliance do run, we will get squeezed. But in North Down, for us, we need to pick up everywhere else. However, what I would say is, I do believe that unionist split, in terms of having multiple candidates, we have seen that it does benefit others in other constituencies. But I don't think that Tim Collins is as well known. I was there on a few nights helping the campaign in North Down myself, and he didn't come up at the door many times, and that was just a reality of what we were hearing across the constituency. And I don't expect him to get, enough for him to pull over the line. I do believe that it is between Alex Easton and Stephen Farry.
And what's your gut feeling? I mean, you could go back. I remember saying to Naomi Long when I was doing the leaders' interview on The View with her, you could go back with none, 1, 2 or 3. And that's quite a range, isn't it? What is your gut feeling?
I'm not going to be putting numbers on it. I'm not going to be the fool who says how many numbers we expect to come back with. Look, honestly...
No, but I guess you could say if you're feeling confident or not at this point. It's still too early to be confident, is it?
It's too early. It's too early. We haven't seen enough data kind of pull through. I am nervous. I would be lying if I said that I wasn't. But look, if you ask us in a couple of hours when all of the tallies certainly have closed, we'll have a more clear picture. In some of the constituencies, it will still be too close at that time to be completely confident, but at this stage, I'm not calling it.
OK, Emma Little-Pengelly there, the Deputy First Minister, looking very serious on our screens at the Lagan Valley count. She is, of course, an MLA in Lagan Valley. There she is with the red jacket on. So, Enda, I mean, these are all kinds of party apparatchiks and MLAs and candidates getting a bit of a look at the piles of votes and trying to work out, and some of them are pretty expert at this, working out, depending on the size of the piles, whether the time has come to be confident or not.
And they will get a good sense, Mark, much before we get a final count in many of the constituencies as to which way it's going to go. And similar as we see cabinet ministers across the water already making calls on their own future. So there is that process, if you like, that takes place in the count centres where the tally men and women, as we like to call them, take a good stock at where things are going in terms of the piles, and they're able to make early assessments whether it's going to be a good night or a bad night for their respective parties. I think turnout obviously is going to be massively important. There's talk, we heard earlier from Gareth in East Belfast, for instance, about maybe the turnout in some unionist wards are not being as they would like the party, and the turnout in alliance areas may be more positive. So there are lots of stuff you're going to hear from the count centres at this stage, but as I say, we're way, way too early before we can build into any sort of a positive picture.
Yeah, it was interesting, Claire, hearing from Louise Cullen, our reporter on the ground in Craigavon. She's keeping an eye on the South Down count, and she was saying that the SDLP people on the ground are promising the shock result of the night for the SDLP. Now, maybe that's just a bit of bravado, and maybe...
I would be surprised if anybody in any count centre is promising anything, because there's barely a box open. There aren't even piles to look at. And I know, looking in South Belfast Mid-Down, a constituency I know well, I can't see patterns in the turnout. I don't think, sometimes we talk about disaffection here and, a particular bulge for a candidate there. I think a lot of people are just on holiday. And I think that's, I think I heard a statistics that 200,000 people have left the region on holiday in the last week. So I don't think we're going to see the shape of any seat at this point in time.
Yeah, but do you think your candidate Colin McGrath should be in with a sniff there in South Down?
He absolutely should, because he's a serious grafter. I've known Colin for a long time. He really works very hard and is a details guy and an affable guy, and he's run a very energetic campaign and a very broad campaign. And I think there is, I think the last 4.5 years and some of the turbulence across the way and the reality that whether people like it or not, Westminster does have an impact on our lives, and that there's good reason to go and speak up. And issues like the floods there, and issues like visa and employment issues affecting fishing and farming and so on. I think people in South Down are aware that it would be useful to have an MP doing the totality of the work. So he absolutely should be in with the shout, but I don't think any of us will know what the numbers are for a couple of hours yet.
OK, Deirdre Hargey, are you concerned, are you worried about what tonight might hold for your candidate in South Down, Chris Hazzard?
No, well, I think it's too early at this point, Mark, to call. I mean, obviously, we ran a progressive campaign. We took initiatives in certain constituencies not to run. We ran on the basis of strong leadership and making sure that we maximise progressives across the board. Obviously, at this point of the night, we do want to hold the 7 MP seats that we have. We would like to see an increase on our vote share. over the period of the evening. But again, it's too early to tell. I mean, the electorate have spoken, and we will wait to see the results of what they say at this point. But we are hopeful.
Your party president, Mary Lou McDonald, said after the elections in the South that there were several nailed-on gains, as she put it, in Northern Ireland. I just wonder, where are those nailed-on gains?
Well, there are potential constituencies. I mean, as I say, we want to hold our 7 seats at this point.
Yeah, but she talked about nailed-on gains.
We did run a positive campaign.
Yeah.
And as I say, we want to maximise progressives across the board, and we hope that the public
But where are the nailed-on gains, Deirdre? Yeah.
I think at this point, Mark, it's too early to call.
Well, she called it a couple of weeks ago. She said a couple of weeks ago.
We're here this evening. The voters have voted. The polls are closed, and they're now counting those ballots.
So she over-egged the pudding a wee bit, did she?
We will wait to see the outcome of that. We do want to hold the 7 seats.
Of course.
And if there are gains to be made, I mean, there are a few marginal seats.
Is Foyle a potential gain?
It will depend on voter turnout.
Yeah.
And where those votes have come from, and we will begin to see that over the course of the evening.
Is Foyle a nailed-on gain?
Well, nowhere's a nailed-on gain at this point because we haven't seen...
Mary Lou's, I'm quoting your party president. She's the one who brought up the subject of nailed-on gains, Deirdre. So that's why I'm asking.
I'm saying to you, Mark, it's too early to call at this point. We want to hold on to the 7 seats that we have. We ran a progressive and positive campaign, and I do hope that the voters have responded to that, but we will wait to see.
OK, I think you were in Upper Ban quite a bit, weren't you, campaigning there on the ground for your candidate, Catherine Nelson. How do you feel about that?
Yes, well, we took the decision not to run in South Belfast. We want to maximise progressive candidates across the board, and I hope that's how things turn out this evening.
Yeah.
I was in Upper Ban and Fermanagh South Tyrone. I think it's been positive on the door. I think, in fairness, and I think this will be reflected in this campaign in terms of the voter turnout, that Westminster is not really the ultimate focus. And I think that a lot of assembly-related issues have come up in the campaign. But there are seats like Upper Ban, when you look at how we have increased our share of the vote there, that we do hope, that we will see more positive increases in the time ahead, and places like Fermanagh South Tyrone is going to go to the wire.
And are you pretty relaxed about it, though? I mean, it was 57 last time round. I think when you factor in the boundary changes, we've adjusted that figure to something in and around 510, I think it is. Endel, correct me if I'm wrong. So maybe a little bit more comfortable under the current setup for your candidate. You be relaxed about that, or is it too early to be relaxed?
It's too early. It's such a marginal seat in Fermanagh South Tyrone. We've had a positive campaign. We've had a brilliant candidate in Pat Cullen, who has a wealth of experience. And it's now over to the voter, and we will see the result of that in the next couple of hours.
OK, thank you. We'll pause this conversation again. And there is, I suppose, the bottom line is there's a potential for a changed electoral map over the next 6 or 8 hours here in Northern Ireland. And as soon as I mention a map, that has to mean that Mark Simpson's ready to go to show us the fancy gizmos and technical bits and bobs that he's got over there in his box of tricks.
Yes, we're still waiting for my lonely little map here to start filling up. We're told it could be 3 o'clock. I'm a lot more optimistic than that, folks. In fact, I've top 3 tips for the first seat to be declared: Upper Ban, Mid-Ulster, North Down. Between you and me, they're all very close to the count centres. But anyway, while we wait, let's take a look back in time to 1997. We've heard a lot of talk about it already. That's the last time there was a Labour landslide. What happened here in Northern Ireland? Here is the political map then. Apologies to listeners on Radio Ulster and BBC Sounds, you can't see this, but the map back then was dominated by the Ulster Unionist Party. Remember them at Westminster? Their leader then, David Trimble and John Taylor. But if we look even closer at the DUP and Sinn Féin, full marks for anyone. Nigel Dodds will get it, David McCann will get it, Deirdre Hargey might get it as well. The 4 MPs from Sinn Féin and the DUP back in 1997, 4 household names: Paisley, Adams, Robinson and McGuinness. If we keep an eye on the cherry red there of the DUP, you see them there in North Antrim and East Belfast, and Sinn Féin in the light mint green, watch what happens if we mix through to what happened just 22 years later. Look at that. Look at the DUP and Sinn Féin now totally dominant at the last general election. We've looked a lot earlier in the programme about the volatility in the UK with Labour, it seems, now sweeping the boards just 5 years from being humiliated. This shows tonight that the Northern Ireland map can change. If we go back to the current situation, surprise, surprise, we still don't have any seats. So many storylines, but just to finish with, one of them is going to be to see if we can get any blue back on that map by the end of the night. That's what Ulster Unionists are hoping for. We've heard from Mike Nesbitt. They're keeping an eye on Fermanagh, South Tyrone, North Down, Lagan Valley. Their big hope is South Antrim. If there's no blue by the end of the night here, that could be one of the big stories of the evening. Lots more from me, and remember where you heard it first. We will get a declaration before 3 o'clock, so please stay up.
You're committed to that now, Mark. We'll hold you to that. Thank you very much indeed, and apologies, as Mark says, to listeners on BBC Radio Ulster and BBC Sounds. You can take it from me. The graphics look absolutely fantastic, but there's lots of detail that Mark's giving you that I think will help you to make some sense of what we're talking about. And lots more from Mark between now and breakfast time, of course. I want to go back to the Titanic Count Centre in Belfast, where North Down is being counted. And I want to join our political correspondent, Gareth Gordon, who himself has been joined by someone we've been discussing here just a few moments ago. Gareth.
Mark, at this time of the night, of course, without any declarations, we're also always anxious for some news. I think we may have some news. As you say, the North Down count, one of the, we thought anyway, one of the closest run contests in Northern Ireland, is being counted here as we speak. Colonel Tim Collins was the candidate for the Ulster Unionist Party. He's come out to speak to us, and I think he has got news. Colonel Tim Collins, what is happening at the count?
Well, it would appear with the tally that there's a large vote for Alex Easton, but not all the boxes are through there. What's certain is that my particular vote hasn't held strongly at all, and certainly I'm looking like I'm in third place.
I have to say the word you used when you come over here for Alex Easton was landslide, and it's early to say that, but you think he's going to win?
I think that he's going to win, but some of the boxes which would favour alliance, the more middle class areas, haven't been looked at yet. So I think we can't use that word yet, but certainly there would appear to be a margin at this stage.
There was some interest around your campaign. You seem to be cutting through. You seem to be certainly on social media doing very well. There were some people tipping you. What has gone wrong?
I've no idea. People in North Down, I think they don't want somebody that doesn't live in Northern Ireland. They want a homegrown boy. They're interested in local politics. They're not interested in cutting VAT. They're not interested in international affairs. They're interested in potholes and hedges.
Would you try again?
No.
That's it?
No, the thing is, in 5 years' time, who knows what they're going to be doing in 5 years' time? I couldn't possibly commit to saying what I'm going to do in 5 years' time, so I think I'd be cautious in making any commitment whatsoever.
Did you come in too late?
In terms of, well, I was asked to do this and I happily did it. I financed myself, and I'm pleased I did it because I'm putting something back into Northern Ireland, and I'm pleased to do that.
Some of the things you said during the campaign, you talked about your Rolls Royce in England.
They completely misunderstood. It's Northern Ireland. They don't understand these things. The point I was making is an expensive car is cheaper to insure in England than it is here. People are more able to, out of whatever sort of hubris that exists here in Northern Ireland, they leap in that, as opposed to saying, hang on, we're being taken for a ride.
OK, thank you very much for speaking to us. Obviously, the count's still got some way to go. North Down was the first one announced in Northern Ireland last time. We'll see if it's going to be this time. So that's Colonel Tim Collins ruling himself out of the race, saying he's not going to stand again, and saying that Alex Easton has polled very well, although it is still relatively early days.
OK, Gareth, thank you very much for that. Let's just go to Professor John Tonge on this. That's an odd one, let's just say. Colonel Tim Collins apparently ruling himself out, talking about a landslide for Alex Easton, but admitting that a lot of Stephen Farry's boxes haven't been opened. That doesn't make an awful lot of sense, does it?
Well, let's unpack it. First concession speech of the night, 11:50 p.m. Tim Collins was clearly conceding there. We can't read too much into what he says about Alex Easton's landslide because of that boxes situation. I've always thought there's a lot of pressure on Stephen Farry tonight because, let's face it, Alliance has never successfully defended a parliamentary seat. If you look at where Stephen Farry came from, Alliance's percentage vote figure in North Down was in single figures throughout this century until the last election. In many ways, Stephen Farry came from nowhere. There was a five-fold increase in the Alliance vote. So if what Tim Collins was saying there, that Alex Easton might have got this, it wouldn't be a huge surprise at all. It does place a lot of pressure on Alliance to win elsewhere in East Belfast, that's for sure. But we've got to be careful about that. But what we did hear very clearly from Tim Collins is they've lost. Just one other comment on one of the things as well. We shouldn't be... I'm in the Mark Simpson camp about declarations. It's worth remembering we had 6 declarations in Northern Ireland before 3 a.m. Last time, a third of the seats. Only 14% of UK-wide declarations were made before 3 a.m. So all praise to the counters in Northern Ireland. They're actually a lot quicker than elsewhere in the UK.
Yeah, it's just when you look at Sunderland South coming in 75 minutes, it looks like we're a bit slow. But that's a very interesting point that you make. Nuala, what do you make of what we've just heard from Tim Collins as far as your vote is concerned? Do you read anything into that at this stage?
Well, so I have heard we've opened under 20 boxes so far have been tallied. Now they're not what you would usually call the alliance kind of stronghold areas, but it does appear that Easton is doing well so far in those boxes, but it's under 20. So.
OK, so it's very early days. I need to bring Enda in because there were a few gasps around this table, it has to be said, at some of what Tim Collins said there. He said people in Northern Ireland are not interested in international affairs. Well, he was standing to be an MP in North Down. And then he said about his Rolls-Royce Wraith, which he said it's cheaper to insure in England than it is to insure a Ford Fiesta in Northern Ireland. It's Northern Ireland, they don't understand these things. And he criticised people's sense of humour. I mean, it's just strange, is it not?
He's obviously very touchy about the Rolls-Royce story, Mark, because that seemed to strike a nerve with him, and the fact then that he turned it into people here don't understand the point that he was trying to make, which was about car insurance, and he used his own car as an illustration as to it was much cheaper to illustrate to insure his Rolls-Royce across the water than insure a Fiesta over here. But it's quite a statement to make whenever you're standing for politics here, to be as brash as that, if you like, in terms of how you sum things up. And even to say that, people in Northern Ireland aren't interested in international affairs and more concerned about potholes on the road. It did seem a little bit strange.
Nigel Dodds is shaking his head there. Mike, I need to ask you, because he is a member of your party, has your candidate in North Down just displayed to people that he's a little bit wet behind the ears in terms of on-the-ground politics in Northern Ireland?
Well, I think we're coming out with that concession shows a typical honesty and integrity of the man. What he was offering was a very different proposition, based on his own experience, his own expertise, his knowledge of military affairs, of defence, of global and international affairs. But what I had to learn, Mark, in my first campaign was if you knock somebody's door and there is a pothole in the road outside, nobody cares whether you're campaigning to be a councillor, an MLA, an MP, or as was an MEP. They want you to take a look at that pothole and get it fixed. And that's just a reality. Yeah. And I don't think it's a reality of life in Northern Ireland.
No, but I suppose the question is, and I put it to Doug Beattie whenever I was talking to him in his leaders interview, just is it a bit tone deaf to talk about your Rolls-Royce Wraith when you're looking for votes from right across the unionist electorate during a cost of living crisis? That's the question.
So the point's a valid one, but perhaps it could have been put differently.
Yeah, he could just have said our Rolls-Royce. He didn't have to say my Rolls-Royce. That's maybe the point, isn't it?
I think we all misspeak on occasions.
Yeah. He was telling us the other day that he was going to win the seat. He was absolutely confident he was going to win the seat. I'm sorry to resurrect this memory for you. I do have a recollection of you conceding or almost conceding or thinking about conceding during an assembly election at one stage and realising you made a similar mistake, didn't you, that not all the boxes had been opened. Well, you actually won your seat.
Yes, but maybe I was playing with the media, Mark. Maybe there were things going on that amused me.
Really?
Yeah.
Or maybe you just jumped the gun and conceded when not all your boxes had been opened. OK. All right. I'll not pursue that any further. But anyway, it seems he's out of the running. So there we go. We'll get numbers in due course. In the meantime, we're going to go over to Downing Street and we're going to talk to Jennifer O'Leary, who's been keeping a close eye on that exit poll. And I don't know, have you picked up any other chat at all from people that you've been talking to, Jennifer? What's the mood?
Well, good evening, Mark. I'm outside the most coveted residential location in the UK, given the election campaign of the last 6 weeks. I'm sorry to have to report that we've just missed the money shot when Larry the Cat entered Downing Street. Of course, according to that exit poll earlier, it does appear, according to that exit poll, that gave Labour a majority of 170 seats, 410 seats in total. It does appear that Sir Keir Starmer will be the new Prime Minister tomorrow. Now, bear in mind that it's an historic achievement for Sir Keir Starmer. It's been 27 years since Labour won a general election from a position of opposition. Now, he is expected at his constituency polling station, or count station, I should say, in the early hours of this morning. We are expecting him there closer to 2 a.m. The current occupier of number 10, the Prime Minister Rishi Sunak, is at his constituency in North Yorkshire. He tweeted earlier and thanked his supporters, as did Sir Keir Starmer, but it is safe to say, as many people would see it, that his party, the Conservatives, have certainly taken a beating, given or a battering, some would say it, according to that exit poll. Now, what to look out for later? Bear in mind that in the 2019 general election, large swathes of England, from Northumberland through the Black Country down to Lincolnshire, turned blue. So look out later this evening in the early hours of the morning for the return possibly of the so-called Red Wall, the return of those Labour seats in that portion of England. A big story to emerge, of course, later on will be Scotland, where the SNP has certainly, according to the exit poll, taken quite a battering, given that they are down to minus 38 seats to possibly 10. Now, there are caveats in terms of the margin of error in that exit poll, but it is a big story that will emerge in the early hours of the morning in terms of the actual number of SNP seats returned. And it's a decade, of course, since the election referendum in Scotland, although it isn't sure. It may be more going on in Scotland in terms of are voters there voting to punish the SNP or voting to punish the Conservative government. It is quiet so far, of course, in Downing Street in this part of London this evening. And look, the bottom line is I've been let loose in London for the evening, and we are going to endeavour to try and find some action, some news, more news from the campaign here to bring you later on in the early hours.
OK, Jennifer, thanks very much indeed. Just to say, there is a caveat with those predictions relating to the SNP and reform. So our exit poll suggests the SNP will be down 38 seats with 10. Reform will have 13, but heavy caveat with those because they're very, very difficult to predict. Should say, of course, Rishi Sunak may go, Keir Starmer may arrive tomorrow, but Larry the Cat, we saw Larry the Cat there sitting on the step. Larry the Cat stays no matter what. And
just on the reform story, you talked about heavy caveat in the figures. We've had 2 results so far, 2 Labour victories, but in both cases, reform has pushed the Conservatives into 3rd place. So it does look as if reform is going to be part of the story tonight. Yeah, and that's very interesting. We can talk about this later because the reform share of the vote may end up being quite high, but the number of seats may end up being, relatively speaking, quite low. Reform could end up with a share of the vote. It's very similar to the Lib Dems, for example, but a huge difference in the number of seats at the end of the day. And that's just a quirk of the electoral system. And we can get John to explain that to us a little bit more in due course. But I want to go over to Richard Morgan, join him in Craigavon, where, Richard, I gather you've got some news about what's happening as far as Lagan Valley count is concerned. What are you hearing?
Yeah, absolutely, Mark. I caveat everything that we're about to say is that it's early days. We still have boxes arriving, but Lagan Valley is the one we're obviously watching, and we're watching it very closely. Lindsay Telford's here. Your phone is out because we're getting the information through minute by minute as those people watching the tallies. We're getting a sense of maybe how this is unfolding already.
Yes, and it's unfolding as we speak. I'm literally getting texts through on my phone now, so forgive me for glancing down, Richard. So like you said, the boxes are still coming in, but we are getting some early indications. And generally speaking, the DUP and the Alliance Party are relatively neck and neck, but a couple of boxes would suggest that actually the Alliance is doing better. So take, for example, in Macrolin, we're seeing tallies here: Alliance 69, DUP 43, UUP 30. Let's have a look at Ballinderry, Alliance 69, DUP 35, UUP 32. Now, Ballymacash, which would be regarded as somewhat of a unionist stronghold, the DUP are well ahead with 70, but the Alliance are snapping at their feet on 50, a tally of 50. So look, this is the picture that is sort of unfolding here. Now, as we said, again, all those caveats, it's very, very early days. This is only a couple of boxes that we're referencing here, but it's really interesting.
Yeah, it's giving us a sense of how this may unfold over the next few hours, Lindsay. And Lagan Valley, obviously the DUP held it for so long with Sir Geoffrey Donaldson. Jonathan Buckley will be hoping to do the same. But in terms of the DUP politicians here, high-profile names who have really got behind Jonathan Buckley in the hope that he can hold on to that seat.
Yeah, there are some big DUP beasts here tonight. Emma Little-Pengelly is here. She has been sort of overseeing the count at Lagan Valley. Where is she?
Yeah,
I can't see her.
Just over there in the red.
Oh, there she is.
Keeping a close eye.
Among a sea of red vests. Yes, there she is. She has been keeping a very close eye. Paul Given too. Paul Given has been running Jonathan Buckley's campaign for him, so no surprises to see him here keeping a close eye. Edwin Poots we've also seen having a stroll about. So look, like we said, early days, but there is a bit of a tense feeling about here. I think you can really sense that this is close.
All right, well, Lindsay, I'll let you get back to your phone, get a sense of what you're going to be hearing over the next hour or two as those tallies continue to be counted and we get a sense of just how this race in Lagan Valley is going. Will the DUP win, or will Saoirse Eastwood, will she close in on the DUP or overtake them? Hopefully, we don't have too long to find out, Mark.
OK, Richard, thanks very much indeed for that. Our colleague Jane McCormack has just tweeted that Robin Swan, the Ulster Unionist candidate in South Antrim, is out-polling Paul Girvan by 2 and 3 to 1 in some areas. In some areas, it's still early, but that's just the picture that she's picking up on the ground there. It is early. It depends what boxes those are. And it depends what boxes have yet to be opened. But it's just an interesting snapshot of where we are at, what's that, couple of minutes after midnight. Let's go back to Gareth Gordon in Titanic. North Down we've been talking about. And Gareth, you've been joined by Alex Easton.
Yes, Mark, of course, everyone agrees North Down, one of the big battleground seats in Northern Ireland in this election. And a few minutes ago, live in this programme, one of the soldiers fighting that battle, Colonel Tim Collins, effectively walked off the battlefield and said his fight was done and he's conceded. And he's sort of gave us to believe, although we're still a long way perhaps from knowing this for sure, that the winner is going to be his rival unionist, and that's the independent Alex Easton, former DUP MLA, of course. And I have Alex Easton beside me. Alex Easton, Colonel Tim Collins certainly pointing towards you as the winner of this race tonight. And if that would happen, of course, you'd be taking out what was the Alliance Party's only win from the last election.
I'm surprised to hear Tim conceding so quickly. We're probably only a third of the way through the count. And yeah, things are fairly positive and I'm quietly optimistic, but it's certainly not over.
When people say things like that, I'm quietly optimistic, it kind of is code word for saying, I think I'm going to win this.
I'm quietly optimistic.
So just tell me, the Bangor box is more or less all opened. You appear to be ahead, and I think some of the areas which still remain to be opened are areas where you would expect to do very well.
We're probably halfway through the Bangor boxes, so there's Donaghadee and Malile, and there's Hollywood and Knocknagunny and Garnival, so there's still a long way to go.
We're not going to maybe preempt too much, but there's been a lot of speculation about who you might give your seat in the Assembly to. You told me not to ask you this, but of course you knew I was going to. There's a man standing behind us, and that's just, we can just about see him, Jonathan Bell, the former DUP minister, controversial of course, RHI, all of that. Would you give your seat in the Assembly in the event of you winning a seat in Westminster to Jonathan Bell?
I'll be making an announcement on who's getting my seat in the next several days, and you'll just have to be patient and wait for that.
You're not ruling that out?
I'm not ruling anybody out.
Have you anybody else in mind?
I certainly do.
I mean, assuming you're going to win this, how big a win is this for you? You've tried 3 times, you failed 3 times. There was a lot of speculation that Colonel Tim Collins was fighting a pretty strong fight, and he would maybe split the vote and allow Stephen Farry back in again. That does not appear to have happened. Why do you think that is?
Well, I've waited all my life for this moment, and I've fought a very hard campaign on the ground, and I'm quietly optimistic, but we've still a long way to go, and I don't want to jump to any conclusions until we get to there.
It's been called a very dirty fight. Do you regret any of that?
I wasn't involved in any dirty fights.
Okay. So you sound to me like you would expect to be on this platform, this podium over here in a few hours' time with your victory speech. You got your victory speech written?
It's in my head if I win.
Okay, so that's Alex Easton, not yet the new MP for North Down, but reading between the lines, I think he pretty much expects to be that.
Sounds like that could be the case, but as he said to you at the beginning there, Gareth, we're only a third of the way through the count, so we'll see. It's early yet, but that's an interesting flag planted in the ground on the part of Alex Easton, I think it's fair to say. We'll come back to you, Gareth, if you hear any more. Thanks very much indeed for that. And we'll pick up on some of those points with my panellists in just a moment or two. But I want to go over to Magherafelt and join Elaine McGee there, because, Elaine, you've been joined by Gary Middleton, who's the DUP candidate in Foyle. He came third 4.5 years ago, of course, behind Colm Eastwood and Alicia McCallion, who was the Sinn Féin candidate. And it'll be interesting to see how unionism does in this election in Foyle, won't it?
Yeah, absolutely, it really will. On paper, Foyle is one of the safest seats in Northern Ireland for Colm Eastwood, but it's still early days. The Foyle boxes haven't even arrived yet. We're still working through Mid-Ulster. I am joined, as you say, by Gary Middleton, DUP candidate and also DUP MLA for Foyle. Bigger picture first this evening, Gary. We're hearing reports from other constituencies about the party being under pressure. Can the DUP hang on to its 8 Westminster seats?
Well, of course, that will be the objective. At this stage, it's so early to tell. We can only go on anecdotal evidence or what we've seen at polling stations. I can only speak on behalf of the Foyle constituency, and I'm hopeful that the unionist turnout did come out. I'm hopeful that we can show a clear sign that unionism very much is there, and that going forward to the Assembly, that there remains a unionist seat going forward.
We're still awaiting the Foyle seats. There's often tactical voting by unionists in Foyle. Interestingly, you said at one point during the campaign you didn't feel that unionism would turn out in the same way for Colm Eastwood as they might have would for Mark Durkan. What's your sense this time around?
Well, I still believe that's the case, and that's going from our door knocking. When we spoke to people, they made it clear that they felt that the SDLP or Colm Eastwood didn't represent their views, and that in past years when they've given their vote to him, they felt that that maybe wasn't acknowledged. This time we believe that unionists have voted for unionists, and hopefully in our case it's for the DUP.
Let's talk about boundary changes. The Foyle electorate lost areas like Eglinton and Claudy to East London Derry, parts of Ardmore, Drumahoe to West Tyrone. Did you get a sense of some voters feeling disenfranchised? Because there's one business in Drumahoe, isn't there, just on the outskirts of Derry, where, one side of the business is in Foyle and the other side is in West Tyrone. Do you get a sense of people going, well, those candidates don't really understand my area?
Well, there's been a lot of concern, actually, anger at the fact that how this has been sprung upon people. Many people didn't realise until the poll cards came through their letterboxes that actually they're going to be voting in a different area. So we heard a lot of that today. Speaking to some of the staff at the polling stations, again, they took a bit of the brunt of that. So going forward, there's going to be a bit of a piece around, obviously, educating, explaining to people what the changes actually mean. But from a unionist perspective, there's a key piece as to how secure the Assembly seat for unionism will be going forward. Losing areas such as Curryfree, Killamallet, Eglinton, those are big areas for us. So it'll be interesting to see what the final tallies will be for us in Foyle.
What's your sense of the turnout in Foyle? Some sources have been telling me this evening maybe mid, 50s. It was, I think, 63% last time. What are you hearing?
Well, at 9 p.m, a lot of the boxes that I seen were sitting at 50%. Some, in some cases, it was actually lower than that. Obviously, there was an hour to go, so those figures may have rose slightly, but I suspect that it is certainly down on 2019.
Just finally, and a general election can give many people, many candidates, sleepless nights, but you've had a few sleepless nights for different reasons, because congratulations, you became a dad for a second time yourself and Julie and your son David. Welcome baby Eliana, how's she getting on?
Absolutely, well, we're over the moon. Yesterday marks her 2-week-old date, so I'm really looking forward to spending time with her, but I just genuinely want to thank Julie and my son David, and obviously we're honoured that Eliana has been born. They've put up with a lot over this last number of weeks. I am tired, but you know what? It's nothing compared to the work that goes on at home. So I'm really, really grateful for that. I'm delighted, and such good wishes right across the board from people, which is really encouraging as well. It shows that politics is one thing, but when it comes to family, that's the most important thing.
Absolutely. Gary Middleton, DUP candidate for Foyle. Thank you very much for that. So yes, that's Gary Middleton speaking there. And if you go over on the BBC News NI page as well, there's another cute baby here this evening, baby Donica, who's here with one of the candidates from Mid-Ulster. So yeah, Mid-Ulster still being counted here. We're still waiting on the other ballot boxes to arrive. Mark from Anaside Tyrone mightn't be here for another maybe half an hour yet. So we've still some way to go in Magherafelt.
Elaine, thank you. Boxes still in transit. We said that getting the boxes to the count centres was going to be the first challenge, and so it has proven to be. I want to bring in the panel at this stage, and I want to ask you, Enda, about Alex Easton, what he had to say there to Gareth Gordon. He did seem to be confident, quietly confident that he could take the seat. He said he's lived his entire life for this moment, but he wasn't saying he has won the seat at this stage.
It did seem pretty bizarre, though, because we are just a third of the way through the count. Yeah. We've already had one candidate concede, Colonel Tim Collins, and then we had Alex Easton, on the one hand saying it's early days in the count, and then on the other hand saying that he's planning to announce in the coming days who's going to replace him in the Assembly. So it's very hard to read exactly what is happening there, Mark.
Yeah. Well, he was suggesting it might be Jonathan Bell, but then not confirming it would be Jonathan Bell. So,
well, that's a big step, isn't it? Whenever you're so early in the count to be talking about your replacement in the Assembly. And then when Gareth pushed him on that, he started to backtrack a little and say, well, as you say, this is my big moment, has finally arrived. And then going on to say it's still early days in the count process. So it's all very bizarre.
Yeah, that would be quite something if he did nominate Jonathan Bell to succeed him, should he win the seat and become the MP for North Down. I mean, that might put a few noses out of joint.
Yeah, we know Jonathan Bell has a history. We know the role that he played, of course, in the RHI, and we know there's difficulties with the DUP. It's certainly an interesting choice. If it turns out to the case that Alex Easton wins the seat, first of all, and then, of course, has to find a replacement in the Assembly. But it didn't seem to shy away from that point when Gareth put it to him about the prospect of Jonathan Bell replacing him if we do reach the point where Alex Easton needs to be replaced in the Assembly.
Yeah, well, we'll just be cautious and wait maybe for a few more votes to come out of the boxes and be counted before we call anything at this stage. Others can do what they want, but I think we'll be a little bit more careful about that. Nuala, I know you need to go because you're heading off to your count to see how you've done in North Belfast. What do you make of that conversation from North Down there? Anything?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I agree. It was bizarre. I have heard just word come through that there are still a lot of boxes to come through. I mean,
and would they be boxes that you think might be good for Stephen Farry?
Will be a bit of a mix, to be honest, and we are seeing him pull ahead in the boxes that are counted. But we also, I'm sitting here, aren't aware of what the actual turnout is in those boxes and what it will be compared to the next. So it is still very early. Likewise with Lagan Valley, it sounds like it's going well there, but you can't call it. I think it's all just something to talk about and get a bit of excited about, but we'll see it as more of the numbers come through.
Yeah. Mike, you wanted to come in?
Yeah, just in terms of nominating for the Anoraks, back in '98, the original MLAs all had to submit a sealed envelope, I believe, with 5 names in rank order in case they, for whatever reason, became incapacitated. So Alex is now in an almost unique position of being an MLA who might be able to nominate his successor rather than rely on a party leader.
David McClarty, Claire Sugden, that was a similar position when an independent had the power of nomination.
Yes, but did that sealed envelope mechanism went out the window at some point, did it? Yeah, a long time ago. So he has the freedom to nominate whoever he wants, should the time come. And we've seen a lot of nominations and a lot of people replacing the originally returned elected MLAs through the years. That's a whole other conversation for a whole other time, haven't we? I want to go over, and I think that Claire is going to talk to Deirdre and Newton at this point, get a little bit of perspective from them on what we have seen so far. Welcome to them, and over to you again, Claire.
Thank you, Mark. Yes, Deirdre and Newton have joined us over in our little side set over here. I suppose let's just start, Deirdre, with you first of all. I mean, those numbers indicating that this is set to be a night of a Labour landslide. I mean, from that health perspective, will they be able to grasp the nettle of the situation in Northern Ireland, do you think?
Well, I think it is important to say at the outset that this represents a generational shift, that my children have only ever known a Conservative government. Many of my students have only ever known a Conservative government. So I think it is important to stress that this is something very different for them. Now, of course, the difficulty, as we've said, yes, but will you see a change? Because we know that the fiscal situation it's not like when Tony Blair came to power. There isn't that euphoria, there isn't a sense that things can only get better. In fact, we don't know how things are going to pan out, and Labour have made very much of their fiscal responsibility and that they're not going to spend money that they don't have. And interestingly for me, they've made much of saying that they won't increase income tax. But we know that the NHS is in a state of disarray. When Tony Blair came to power, there were billions pumped into the National Health Service, and he ensured that the spending on the National Health Service was equal to the EU average. We have fallen way below the EU average. So how is he going to fix the system without saying that there's going to be, as Blair had, a 10-year plan with a cash injection? So I think people in Northern Ireland will be, yes, health is fully devolved, but they will be watching and saying, if you've said that waiting lists are a priority, fixing the National Health Service is a priority, we want to see how you can do that and still remain within the fiscal constraints that you have.
I suppose when you hear from voters and when you hear from people sharing their thoughts on the issues that matter to them, health is always top of the list. Would you expect to see any dramatic changes anytime soon, given a change in government?
Well, I think given what has happened to the Conservatives, they are in disarray and they're likely to be out of power, I would think, for at least 10 years. So that gives Labour the opportunity to tell the public that there is no short-term fix. There is no sticking plaster that's going to fix what are underlying problems in the National Health Service. So I think what we will expect to see from them very quickly is a 10-year plan, that plan is fully costed, that they talk about, and much has been made again about the relationship between the public and the private sector, with Wes Streeting attracting a great deal of criticism for saying that he would use the private sector. The reality is he's going to have to use the private sector to get a hold on the National Health Service. But he's also going to have to do what they've talked about for 20 years, which is put an emphasis on prevention and looking at broader issues in terms of health, such as obesity. How do we have a national strategy to tackle obesity so that health is much more than the National Health Service? It's about bringing back those services to the community that have been stripped away. The years of austerity have taken away the health visitors, taken away the community care centres, and that's what we want to see back to care sitting within community and controlled by communities.
But Stormont will then have to adopt any policies that come in Britain, it will get some money, because the Labour's policy is it is actually technically austerity. They're going to put up taxes by more than they're planning to put up spending, but we'll get the extra spending in Stormont through the Barnett formula and through that tour budget. We won't pay a lot of the extra taxes because they're taxes essentially on wealthy people's assets and capital. So there will be a boost to Stormont. People here will know Stormont has a bit more money. They could be looking over to Britain, where there are improvements in the health service, and they'll be asking our politicians in Stormont, you've got the money, there's what's working, why aren't you doing it? And I think that might be the pressure on Stormont.
I suppose it's that age-old argument as well, that it's easier to say things when you're in opposition, and it's easier to promise things when you're in opposition. I just want to update some of our viewers at home about the latest. We're hearing from the results across the water. We're hearing that from multiple sources that Robert Buckland, the chair of the Northern Ireland Affairs Committee, has lost his seat. That's what we're hearing as things develop this evening. Newton, let's take a quick look at things closer to home, and that is the state of the Ulster Unionist Party this evening. We've already heard from Tim Collins in North Down express some sort of concession speech there when he was speaking to Gareth Gordon in the Count Centre. What are you making of the confidence within that candidate in the party this evening? And perhaps was he the right person to field if that's what he's saying, maybe a third of the way through the evening?
It was always an eccentric choice, and it has ended very badly. It didn't go well throughout. I don't think there's anything the UUP is going to want to boast about or want to remember from this campaign. And that really puts everything on the line for the UUP and Doug Beattie, its leader, in South Antrim. I don't think they're going to have to get a seat in Fermanagh and South Tyrone. I think it's all down to South Antrim, which is an odd seat that we've been talking about this earlier. The entire idea that the UUP is going to romp home in South Antrim is based essentially on a random circumstance from the last Westminster election, the mix of candidates and so on, and the balance of the vote. It looked like, on paper, a good chance for the UUP. They put Robin Swan in, and it's assumed that this will be a success. It does appear there is, from early counts, a bit of a unionist backlash against the DUP. The UUP might well benefit from that. But this is a fairly empty campaign, really. There's not really been very much evident and solid campaigning by the UUP in South Antrim. I think that if they don't get this seat, they're not going to get anything. And the questions are going to start about Doug Beattie's leadership.
I think we can get some news from South Antrim. Mark?
Yes, Claire, thank you very much. Elaine McGee is keeping a very close eye on South Antrim for us in Magherafelt. And you're picking up a bit of intelligence from people on the ground. Is it fair to say that Robin Swan's tail is up at this stage?
Well, at the start of the programme, Mark, we did talk about how South Antrim was going to be a constituency to watch. It is the second most marginal DUP seat in Northern Ireland and the UUP's best chance of winning a seat. The DUP's Paul Girvan was seeking a third term, but Niall McCracken, who's been keeping a very close eye on South Antrim for us this evening, there's a bit of information coming through.
Yeah, that's right, Elaine. Well, as you can see, the counting in South Antrim is going on still behind us. It was the second box that came in after Mid-Ulster. Now, what UUP party sources are saying at this stage is that they're quite confident of a Robin Swan victory, and that it's the early indications. And when I pushed them on it, one party source even said that they would have been happy with a victory in the 1300, region, but they think that might even be around 2,000 or upwards of 2,000 now. So pretty significant. But as always with these things, it's early indications. Yes. But what the feeling is certainly their strategy has paid off. They were banking on Robin Swan being a recognisable face, familiar, high-profile nature as Stormont Health Minister, and they think that has translated into votes.
I mean, big change there. It'd be a huge victory for the UUP, and Paul Girvan has been described as a lower profile MP in the past.
Absolutely. Big, this seat has always been within a unionist candidate. So Paul Girvan has had it, but before that it was Danny Kinahan. It was a UUP seat. So you have to realise that UUP have been keen to get this seat back. And if you listen to what the UUP party leader has been saying in recent weeks, he's clearly been confident that Robin Swan could do the job. And early indications, if they're to be believed from the party sources, seems to be that he has done that.
We were chatting about this earlier. or two, and I think when you go canvassing and you were to open the door and Robin Swan is standing there after being a former health minister, he took a huge gamble, I suppose, stepping down, making the move from his home constituency in North Antrim over to South Antrim. But it would appear maybe that gamble will have paid off.
Well, one of the things that has been pointed towards Robin Swan is that you're a blow-in into South Antrim, and one of the things that he has come back with quite strongly is that he has deep family connections in South Antrim. His parents live in South Antrim. In fact, he's not far from where, in his North Antrim constituency, that sort of border. So if that was something that was being directed at him, it doesn't seem to have stuck with the voters.
OK, Niall, keep us updated. Thanks very much. Niall McCracken there with that update from South Antrim. Things looking good for Robin Swan, Mark, but as we say, it is still early doors. No declarations here whatsoever yet, so everything comes with big caveats, but pretty solid information there from Niall.
OK, Elaine, thanks very much indeed. And what do you make of that? Early days, Ulster Unionists are confident, but then they're putting numbers on it. I find that hard to just understand exactly.
Yeah, it is very early to be trying to put firm figures on anything really coming out of Accounts Centre, but I think what it taps into is that optimism that was shared among many within the Ulster Unionist Party, and I have to say there was a nervousness within the DUP, and there has been for some time, about Paul Girvan's seat. So perhaps it's reflecting much of that in the Accounts Centre, because I don't think there will be many people surprised if we end up with Robin Swan going to Westminster by close of play tonight, because he is the Ulster Unionist Party's big hope in this election. We know that it's a constituency that swings back and forth between the DUP and the Ulster Unionist Party. We know last time Paul Girvan's majority was around 2,600 odd, so it was reachable if the right candidate was there, and Doug Beattie felt, obviously with Robin Swan's profile, that he was the man to pull this off.
Lord Dodson, I know you need to go in the next 10 minutes or thereabouts, and so just before you go, what do you make of the picture that's maybe beginning to emerge in South Antrim?
Well, look, we just go in by the reports that have been said. The thing that I'm always very conscious of after many, many decades of elections is calling things too early. You can get an indication, and if there's a bit of a landslide in a seat, you can tell it pretty early on that every box is coming out on the tallies and all the rest of it. But we don't know how many boxes have been opened, we don't know where they're from, and we don't know how reliable the tallies are. So that will be tallies that are being taken, people looking at the ballots as they're opened and taking a note of who's getting what and all the rest of it. But South Antrim is a very tight seat, always has been. It has swung back and forward between the DUP and the Ulster Unionists. It'll be very disappointing if Paul Girvan hasn't been able to hold on. But Enda has put his finger on it. I think it was the one seat within our thinking that certainly was vulnerable. Yeah. Not others, obviously, in there as well, but the most, given its history and given the way in which the elections have played out there. So it's no surprise it's very close, but I do think it's still extremely early to be calling elections, or for anyone to be conceding elections as well. Yeah. I think it's just, there's a lot of action to take place yet.
Yeah, well, maybe it says something about the nature of the campaign, John Tong. It was a short, sharp campaign, and some people are maybe slightly new to the game of elected politics, and Nigel makes an interesting point there. If it's a landslide, you can see a landslide. You can see the piles of votes. If it's going to be tight, if it's going to come down to between 1,300 and 2,000 votes, that's tight, and if all the boxes aren't opened, you need to be very careful about calling anything, don't you?
It's absolutely crazy to be calling seats at, 26 minutes past midnight. I mean, it makes no sense whatsoever. I thought Tim Collins' speech was extraordinary in North Down. His content as well, not just the fact that he was conceding, but also the content where he said that people of North Down didn't seem very interested in potholes or whatever he was saying. I mean, in terms of South Antrim, it is a volatile seat, as Nigel has said. There's 4 seats in Northern Ireland that have changed hands 3 times already this century, and that's one of them. It's never been a safe DUP seat, never been a safe UUP seat. So there's every possibility that will go. But you can't be drawing any inferences. I mean, we can all speculate, because that's what we do until 2 a.m. when the results start pouring in. But it's much too early to be making definitive calls at this stage. Tim Collins, though, in terms of North Down, just clearly felt that he was out, and that was it. But to proclaim then Alex Easton the winner, I mean, even Alex Easton wasn't quite going there. He wasn't sort of, raising his arm and saying, I'm the champ. I do think as well it's very odd. Just one thing on that is that the Jonathan Bell situation, because you've got the DUP effectively endorsing an independent candidate, but given Jonathan Bell's history with the DUP, if that's the co-option, it does seem a strange state of affairs.
OK, I'm just being told all the boxes are in Craigavon for the 4 constituencies that are being counted there: Lagan Valley, Newry, Armagh, South Down and Upper Bann. So if they're all there, presumably they will be opened in due course, and the counting will get underway for all of those seats. So there you go. There's a bit of progress. And Mike, just wanted to hear, are you picking up anything at all about South Antrim? Robin Swan's decision, of course, to run for Westminster meant that that you were called in to take over at the Health Ministry here in Northern Ireland. We know that if he wins or doesn't win, he's not coming back to the Health Minister, so you're safe. You've got that...
I have my challenge.
You've got that job. I was going to call it a hospital pass, but maybe that's not the appropriate thing to call it. But it's certainly a huge challenge, isn't it?
It is a huge challenge. And in terms of South Antrim, knowing Robin, he will have an excellent tally team, very well briefed. They'll know exactly what the boxes are that are open and are not open. So that may explain why he's going for this, or the team is going to predict the scale of the victory. I don't want to...
Because you wouldn't want to be doing that. I mean, it's not in the interests of Robin Swan's team to be suggesting to our people on the ground that we think we're going to win this and then not win it, because there'd be egg on their faces. So you'd imagine they don't want to do that.
Well, I wouldn't want to jinx it.
Yeah.
Absolutely not.
Of course you would.
And you've got to accept that an incumbent has an advantage, particularly in the Westminster election. First past the post is the most difficult one to win. So I would be cautious until the signs are incontrovertible that the result is what it's going to be.
Yeah. David Ford, former leader of the Alliance Party, former Justice Minister, and a
former
man...
MLA for South Antrim.
Former MLA for South Antrim, absolutely. And a man who loves his numbers has joined us. You're very welcome to the table. Good to see you as ever. So, yeah, you know South Antrim pretty well. What do you make of the battle that's taking place for that seat at the moment?
Well, of course, the key thing is we don't know what boxes are out and have been tallied. In a normal election, the boxes that are first opened come from places like Glenavy, Toome and Randalstown, where you would expect to see Sinn Féin in the lead. So it's unclear exactly where we've seen results from. I also must say, based on my experience, I wouldn't necessarily agree with Mike that the Ulster Unionists have the best tally team in South Antrim. I think that tends to be somewhere between the DUP and Alliance.
Yeah, well, you would say that, wouldn't you,
I would
David?
say, of course I would, but I've been at more election counts in South Antrim than anybody else in the studio.
Yes.
But Robin has a new team.
Well, then we will see what they have achieved. It is clear that there is a swing against the DUP. It is clear that the Ulster Unionists would be the party that would have benefited if that had applied in South Antrim. And we will wait and see how other boxes are open to see whether it's correct or not.
Yeah. What's just a quick word about your candidate, John Blair, the Alliance candidate in South Antrim. And he had a very strong performance, of course, at the last Assembly election. What's the best he could hope for, do you think, in this election tonight?
Well, it's clear that if the Ulster Unionists are going to be doing anything, they're going to be taking votes straight from the DUP, and they're also going to be squeezing Alliance and potentially the SDLP. So I think if John continues to hold a share of the vote significantly higher than what I ever achieved, he'll be doing quite well.
Yeah. That's going to hurt, is it? If that happens?
If you want to see your party grow, then you're delighted to see your successor as part of that growth.
That's very magnanimous, and the party has grown. Yeah, it's a fact. Of course it is. No, I appreciate that. And the party has grown. And do you think that's going to continue? Because we were talking earlier on, talking to Nuala, you could go back with no seats, 1 seat, 2 seat, 3 seats.
All of those are possibles. Yeah,
all of those are possibles, and it is early. But do you think you'll be at the upper end of that or not?
It's difficult to tell. One of the issues that people speculate around early on is the issue of turnout. It certainly does seem to me, from where I've been round doors in the last few days, is that our good areas have perhaps seen more people not just out, but already away on holiday. I mean, the simple reality is, if you want to go for a march 8 days from now, you're still at home. if you're one of those people who wants to get away, you're more likely to be an alliance voter. And so there may be an issue of differential turnout, may be affecting us negatively. We simply don't know at this stage.
Yeah, David McCann was just saying earlier in the programme, in 2010, turnout was 57.6%, which was the worst in Northern Ireland's history. 2024, turnout 62%, looking like this is going to be lower. That must be 2019. Yeah. 2019 was 62%. So if we're lower than 62%, which I think most people think will be the case, the question is, will we be as low as 57.6% or lower? Because there's no question a lot of families will be away on holidays at this point.
Yeah, it's absolutely clear. The question is whether they differentially come from any particular party support.
Yeah.
And it would seem to me that unionists who want to be around for parades in a week's time are more likely to be at home.
OK. Well, that's...
The only thing I would say is that not everybody goes away for a fortnight these days. You know, we have plenty of people that we were knocking the doors and they're away for a week. And not every unionist family, I might say, unfortunately, actually goes to the 12th of July. But so, look, there is a big impact. I think it's right across the board.
Yeah, it's completely unclear exactly what the impact is.
I don't think it's. I don't think it affects. I think it affects everybody.
Yeah. Deirdre, do you get that sense that it's across the board?
No, there's no doubt. With it being a snap election at the start of summer, you could see that in the increase in postal votes. And I do think just with Westminster elections in general, there is that switch off. So I do think voter turnout will be on the low side for here.
Yeah.
I wanted a satellite polling station in Dunfanaghy or something.
You think that would have made a big difference? Would that have been a lot of SDLP people up in Dunfanaghy, are there?
Well, I think there's a lot of... I think every I'm speaking to candidates from across... I think it was a final little... swipe from Sunak to call it when school holidays are on. A lot of people.
You don't think he just probably didn't know?
And people who want to go overseas quite often do it these couple of weeks before schools in Britain break up.
Because it's less expensive.
Yeah.
Well, all of that is very interesting. As far, Claire, as the SDLP is concerned, what are you picking up about tallies and so forth at the moment? Because I mean, you're the only candidate in the room at this stage. What will your people on the ground be doing on your behalf at this point, do you imagine? Well, I imagine that you know, because you've probably told them.
Well, my tally, if we were getting competitive about tally teams, I'm pretty confident mine's the best, and they will be furiously out with their clipboards in the South Belfast pen at the moment. So I think all of these people saying, oh, numbers from this box and numbers from that box, as others have said, it's too early. It's a bit like saying you've caught a fish this big. You know, you don't know what the other parameter is. I am hearing, and I had been hearing anecdotally for the last couple of weeks, of a lot of people tactically voting for Robin Swan in South Antrim. And I think we need to reconceive of the concept of tactical. People are voting for him because they like him and because they think he did a good job and they think he'd be a good MP. I think that happens rather necessarily than getting people out. But I think, like everybody else, it's straws in the wind at this point, unfortunately.
OK, I want to cross over to Magherafelt and join Tom Elliott from the Ulster Unionist Party, who's there for us now. Tom, evening to you. 2019, you stood in Fermanagh South Tyrone and you didn't win. 2024, you didn't stand. But you're heading back to Westminster anyway. Congratulations. I shouldn't be calling you Tom. I should be calling you Lord Elliott.
OK, good morning, Mark. It's actually morning here in Magherafelt. Maybe you're in a slightly different time zone in Belfast. But yeah, it's good to join you, and thanks for your congratulations. Obviously, it's an honour and came as a shock. And it all happened very quickly. So thank you.
When did you hear?
Look, I feel it as at 7:20 this evening, Mark, is when I got word, and I was told by the party leader. Haven't got any official word from the Westminster or from Number 10 or anywhere, except a press statement. But anyway, I did get told this evening at 7:20, and was told at 8:25 that it was going to be announced at 9 o'clock. So it has all happened very quickly and in a short time scale.
Right, that is a very short. I was imagining you were sitting on this for weeks, I suppose, which is the normal practice, but then there's nothing normal about this because, of course, very often these aren't announced until after the election has happened and when we're clear about precisely who's won the election. Anyway, you're part of the dissolution honours and you're heading back to the red benches this time. Are you looking forward to it?
Okay, yes, I'm always looking forward to issues and matters in politics, Mark, so it's a matter of getting on with it and hopefully that I can represent the people of Fermanagh and South Tyrone, the people of Northern Ireland and indeed the Ulster Unionist Party over there and make an impression the same as others do. It's about trying to make the best for people and that's what you do in politics. It doesn't always work out as we all know, but you do what you can at the time and make every effort to represent those people that are giving you support.
Just to be clear about this, Tom, you can continue to sit as an MLA. Double jobbing doesn't apply as far as that is concerned. You can sit in Stormont and you can sit in the House of Lords at the same time. Would that be your intention?
That's not even something I've looked into, Mark, at all. As you'll appreciate that from 7:20 this evening I've had a number of other things to do, including taking some of the posters down after 10 p.m. before I came down here and in my local village and tell the family about that I'd been appointed to the House of Lords. So there's been a lot going on. So I genuinely haven't had an opportunity to even think about that. But that's something obviously will be discussed after the election and we'll have to make a fuller assessment of the situation at that stage, Mark.
Did you hesitate at all? I mean, they didn't give you much time. If Doug Beattie gave you that phone call and told you that he was putting you forward and then an hour later you were told this is about to be announced, did you have time to think about what Doug Beattie just told you?
Well, in fairness, Mark, maybe I misrepresented it slightly. I was asked a few weeks ago if I'd allow my name to go forward, but I only got told this evening that I'd actually been appointed. So I suppose that's the difference.
So you knew it was in the mix?
Scale I'd been asked. Well, I knew it was in the mix, but as we all appreciate, including myself when I was party leader, you put forward people for awards and honours, and sometimes you don't hear a thing about it at all. The Ulster Unionist Party haven't had someone appointed to the Lords for, I think it's probably 12 years now, or maybe more. So the expectation wasn't great on my behalf or my part in that respect. So that's why I suppose it did come as a shock when I did get the news, yes.
OK, let me ask you about Fermanagh South Tyrone. What's your gut feeling about what's likely to happen there? We know that the majority last time round was 57 between Michelle Gildernew and yourself. Diana Armstrong, daughter of Harry West, former leader of the party, of course, is running against Pat Cullen, who's the new Sinn Féin candidate because Michelle Gildernew has moved on. Do you think boundary changes, of course, are a factor? We know that. We've talked about that already. Do you think that this is going to go Sinn Féin's way?
I think it's tight, Mark, and Diana Armstrong has put in a huge campaign, very good campaign. She's a hard worker, and I actually believe she's still in the mix there and very much in with a chance. I know the boundary changes may not have favoured unionism, but I have to say the campaign has been good. And maybe other campaigns in the field this time just wasn't as good and as upfront as they sometimes have been. And I think we and Diana Armstrong had a head start with that. She's done really well and I think she's in the mix and I would be surprised. It was not very close and hopefully Diana will be representing Fermanagh and South Tyrone at Westminster.
Can I just ask you this one thing finally, Tom? There was a lot of chat, particularly in the final stages of the campaign, that other unionists weren't giving her the support on the ground that she might have wanted, and that could be telling when it comes to counting the votes. Did the DUP and the TUV support her notionally, but actually not support her on the ground in terms of going out there and knocking doors?
Yeah, well, I know that both TUV representatives and DUP representatives actually pledged their support. I know that Deborah Erskine very kindly posted a video of support. One of the TUV group leaders in Fermanagh had wished Diana well, and I know that a number of them were, from both parties, a number of individuals were certainly working behind the scenes and helping in that respect. Maybe not out canvassing directly along with ourselves, but at the same time they were supporting behind the scenes, and we appreciated that. And I know a number of them were out, for example, helping with postal vote applications. They were in discussions with other of their party representatives and people on the ground to ensure that Diana was getting as full a support as possible. Like every election, Mark, you're not going to get everybody to support you or vote for you, and that's quite evident. But I'm confident that the majority have, and it will be recorded that they will have done what they can to support Diana.
OK. Last one for you. Are all the boxes in yet? Have all those boxes from Balleek made it to the count centre? And are we going to get a result from Fermanagh South Tyrone before 6 o'clock in the morning?
I can't promise you that, Mark. On all the boxes, I don't think they're all in.
Right.
They've only started actually opening the boxes in Fermanagh South Tyrone here, so we're well behind some of the other areas, so it's too early to give any indication from the boxes as being open, and I cannot promise you that we'll be finished before 6 o'clock in the morning. No.
All right, OK. Well, thanks for the heads up, Tom, and sincere congratulations again on your elevation to the Lords, and you can let us know if you're staying in Stormont or not, because that'll be something else for us to talk about. But look, well done, and maybe we'll chat to you again later, but thank you for now. Tom Elliott, who's going all the way to the House of Lords in the very near future. Let's go back to the Titanic Count Centre in Belfast and join Catherine, who's got Gareth with her, and maybe a bit of news about East Belfast, Catherine.
I do, Mark. Well, we're starting to hear a few little morsels of information, a few tidbits about this hotly contested seat. DUP leader Gavin Robinson up against Alliance leader Naomi Long. Neither candidate is here, as far as I know. I haven't seen them. Have you, Gareth? That could be telling in itself.
No, and I think if Gavin Robinson or Naomi Long were here, we wouldn't have to be guessing if they were here. Everybody would be they would be drawn to them. I think they're wisely keeping elsewhere. There's a lot of talk in the studio tonight about calling seats too early, North Down. We'll see if that's the case or not. Nobody is going to be calling East Belfast too early, because what I am told, and I haven't been told much, is that it is every bit as tight as we all knew it was going to be. One DUP source said to me, and this isn't that revealing to be honest, he said, if Gavin wins this, the Alliance will give the Greens a kicking, and if we win it, if the Alliance win it, we'll be giving the TUV a kicking. So obviously that's where their votes they would hope to gain are going to the TUV. That's not a surprise either, and clearly the same is happening on the Alliance party side. But I mean, somebody told me earlier on it looked like the boxes in the Alliance areas, the turnout was bigger. But honestly, it is now, I think, still way, way too early. I have no more idea than I had when I entered this hall several hours ago about who is going to be the next MP for East Belfast.
They're being as tight-lipped, the DUP is being as tight-lipped as ever.
Very much, and some of the bigger players from the DUP are not around this count at the moment. It is the one that everybody is watching, but nobody is really reading the runes at the moment.
OK, well, Gareth, thank you. Kelly Bonner, you have a little bit of information about how Belfast South and Mid Down is going.
Yes, now obviously, of course, it's pretty early days, Catherine, but the SDLP say they're pretty confident that Claire Hanna will be re-elected. Sources are actually telling us that she's outpolling her closest rival Alliance's Kate Nicholl by 3-1 in areas like Strand, Millis and Ormeau. And Botanic as well is quite interesting for her. It's usually kind of a three-way split between the Greens, the Alliance and the SDLP, but sources are telling us that they're pretty confident that she has succeeded in Botanic. And interestingly, she's actually doing quite well in Kearns Hill, which would be traditionally unionist. One source told me, look, we're pretty confident, but we're not home in a boat just yet.
OK, Kelly, thank you. Mark, we'll come back to you as soon as we get anything more on East Belfast.
OK, Catherine, thank you very much for that. Always good to pick up a little bit of intelligence on the ground. But, John, as we've said, and we'll keep saying until the situation changes. It is early days and we're just getting whiffs of what might be happening. And I think Catherine put it very well there, little morsels that, that we can talk about, but certainly nothing definitive. And when Tom Elliott tells us that not all the boxes have arrived, never mind being opened at this point, it gives you some sense of where we are on the mountain that we're trying to climb here.
Well, yeah, I mean, Fermanagh Tyrone has been marginal for as long as anyone can remember. That's the first thing to say. I mean, if you look at the average majority there over the last 4 elections, has been 366. We were down to 4 votes.
Yeah, I was going to say 57 was quite clear last time round, because it was 4.
Decisive.
Landslide.
Yeah. It's no surprise to anyone that East Belfast is too close to call. I think everyone really anticipated that, and, you know, I think I changed my mind 4 times as to who was going to win myself, and that was in one day. I do see a few people are saying that Lagan Valley is actually too close to call at the moment, and they're claiming that DUP sources are saying that. Whether the veracity of that, I can't confirm. That would be a surprise, because I did think that the DUP would hold Lagan Valley. You've got to remember, you know, it is an overwhelmingly unionist constituency, and notwithstanding the circumstances pertaining to that constituency, I still thought and I still do think, in all probability, that they'll hold it. But the fact that it's so much in play is eyebrow-raising in itself. But, you know, as Tom Elliott said, with boxes just arriving, no one's going to be making any decisive calls. Just one thing from across the water, the demise of Robert Buckland as the chair of the Northern Ireland Affairs Committee. 16% swing from Conservative to Labour on that, and with Reform down in 3rd place, unlike those early Northern seats where Reform was in 2nd place. An awful lot of senior cabinet ministers will lose their seats tonight if that 16% swing is replicated elsewhere. Worth remembering, Robert Buckland at the 2019 election won more votes than all the other parties combined. He had 52% of the vote in Swindon South. His vote has plummeted, and he's just made a speech, his concession speech, where, you know, he says the Conservatives are facing Armageddon, in his view. He described it as bald men fighting over a comb, and said, you know, the party, there's a real risk of civil war within the party now over what direction to take.
He will be bitterly disappointed that he's no longer an MP, but also bitterly disappointed to lose that involvement with Northern Ireland, because I think I've interviewed him several times, and he's been here a lot, obviously, in that role. He took a very keen interest in this place, and he seemed to be popular with people. People seem to like him.
Yeah, and it's going to be an interesting appointment to see who is going to be the next chair of the Northern Ireland Affairs Committee. I think we can probably presume that Hilary Benn will be the Secretary of State. I'd be very surprised. Not sure what time his result will come in, but it's hardly in doubt. It's a new constituency. It's Leeds South rather than Leeds Central. We can assume Hilary Benn will be Secretary of State. I think it will be quite a major surprise if Keir Starmer doesn't appoint him. But in terms of the chair of the Northern Ireland Affairs Committee, I don't know which names are in the frame for that one, and it'd be an interesting watch.
Yeah, and of course, the maths of Westminster potentially will have changed so much that committee chairs, it's going to be a completely different scenario, isn't it?
Yeah, they're going to be struggling. I mean, Conservatives down to, 131. I mean, they will be struggling to fill committees to some extent with sufficient Conservatives.
Yeah. We talked about the challenge that there'll be finding enough people to be shadow ministers and shadow secretaries of state, but it's not just about that. It is about those all-important committee chairmanships as well.
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, more broadly, I think it's going to be interesting to see what Labour's approach to Northern Ireland will be, because we made the point earlier that Keir Starmer does have an interest in Northern Ireland. It's perhaps been understated, but, you know, he did have a significant role advising the police service in Northern Ireland. He's been involved in prosecutions in respect to Northern Ireland. How proactive will he be? There's very little in Labour's manifesto about Northern Ireland, though, other than that pledge to, and there's no wriggle room there, to repeal the Legacy Act. There is a pledge as well in terms of the Committee of the Nations and Regions that the First Minister and Deputy First Minister will be on that committee. But in terms of the financing of Northern Ireland, which is what everyone will be looking at, all it says is there will be discussions on the fiscal framework. That can mean everything and it can mean nothing. You know, discussions, where will that lead? And how quickly will those discussions take place? And what might be envisaged as the outcome of those discussions? I think there's an awful lot to play for in that respect.
Yeah, he would have been ill-advised to say in advance of the election, of course, in advance of being appointed Secretary of State, if that's what indeed happens, that he was going to loosen his grip on the purse strings. That would have been a crazy thing for him to do, and he certainly did not do that.
Agreed. There's one item, of course, Casement Park, as to whether this act of goodwill, as this new Labour government comes in with this huge majority, is he going to give her this tranche of funding? Because the decision will have to be made quickly on that. That might outrage some people who think there's far better cases for funding, but a decision will have to be made quickly, and I think about an early indicator of whether he is going to engage on the generous side in terms of Northern Ireland funding.
We'll find out in due course, I suppose, very quickly if he's going to be the Secretary of State, and then we'll see how he deals with some of the challenges that you've alluded to there. Claire, I know you need to go quite soon because you've got a count to attend as a candidate, and I'm as the clock goes on, maybe you're getting a little bit more nervous about that. But I want to ask you a couple of things. I want to ask you what you're hearing about some of the locations we've been talking about. Maybe I'll do that in a second or two, because actually before we do anything, what about Robert Buckland? You will have known him well. Are you disappointed for him?
Look, I mean, on a personal level, he's a nice guy, and you're right to say he does have an interest here, and there are a few people, like everybody, that I won't shed many tears when they lose their seat, people who have acted appallingly with the office they had. To be fair, I don't think he was one of them. I think he knew he was at risk. He was facing Heidi Alexander, who'd previously been a senior Labour MP, and kind of knew what way the tide was going. It is important, though, that we do have. It's no secret that there aren't 650 MPs busting to know about Northern Ireland. So that's why it's important when there are people. We build those relationships. I was involved in a visit of 18 MPs just before Easter, 16 of them Labour, just trying to get MPs to have a broad understanding of this place, the opportunities, the dynamics, the challenges that we have as well, in the hope that they will appear on different committees and in different policy areas, have a sense of the place.
And that's going to be a big challenge, because if Labour ends up with anything in and around 410 seats, as the exit poll is suggesting, that's up 209. That's an awful lot of new faces, an awful lot of people who maybe haven't been in and around the Palace of Westminster, the House of Commons, very much at all. And they're going to have to learn the ropes, aren't they?
And an awful lot of kind of mouths to feed in terms of roles and in terms of constituency interests that they will want to see advanced. I mean, we're all probably going in the same direction on public services generally. But yeah, you're absolutely right. New faces and people will have their different areas of interest, and each party has to build a team. But as I say, some of what Colm Eastwood and I have been working on over the last 4 or 5 years is ensuring that as wide a range as possible. And when people want to know what's going on over here, that they pick up the phone and try and get a sense. But nobody's under any pretense that it's the top of everybody's agenda.
What about some of those counts that we've been talking about, getting whispers about this and that? You've been on your phone, I presume. Some of your colleagues have been sharing a little bit of information with you. Anything that you can share with us? Claire?
No, not. Sorry, I thought you were.
Were you pretending not to hear me there?
Now the person who was trying to ring me
your
there
taxi,
is
is
going to be
it? That
very
was your
embarrassed.
taxi?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. Okay. So nothing to add to anything.
No, I mean, as you said, I don't think the foil boxes are even all there. I think in South Down, I think they're aware they ran a good campaign, but I don't think I'm not sure who inserted that phrase, promising to be the upset of the night. I don't think it was the SDLP team, but obviously everybody's looking forward to seeing what's in those boxes.
Okay, so what are you saying? You're saying that we shouldn't get too excited about South Down?
I'm saying in general, I think there's only a small proportion tallied. So usual caveats. Yeah. Okay. Sorry for not paying attention.
No, that's okay. I thought you were saying. Sorry, I misheard you. I thought you were maybe saying maybe it's not going to happen, but
no.
You're not saying that. Okay. Well, we'll let you get around to the count, and maybe whenever things are a bit clearer, we'll talk to you down the line from there.
Yeah.
But thank you very much for now. We're going to hear from Dan Mulhall, who's a former Irish ambassador to the United Kingdom. He's in London tonight. He's been talking to our reporter in Westminster, Jennifer O'Leary, and he's been telling Jennifer what he thought was perhaps the main reason behind today's vote going the way it's gone.
Clearly, Brexit brought people into the upper echelons of the British government who, without Brexit, would never have seen the inside of the powerful government positions some of them came to occupy. And I think the public got to realise that the people who had taken over government in Britain actually didn't have the kind of calibre that you would expect from a British government. And I think they've been punished for their performance over the last 7 or 8 years, a performance that has been affected hugely by their obsession with the Brexit project and making Brexit work, and the internal divisions within the Conservative Party, and the fact that the right wing of the Tory party has essentially taken over the party, mainly because of Brexit. But now, of course, we have a new situation because you have the Reform UK party doing much better than anybody had expected, likely to win more than 10 seats. And that is going to be a major challenge for the Conservative Party going forward as well. And they're going to have to decide now whether they want to be a right-wing populist party or whether they want to move to the centre and try to win back ground by bidding for centre ground support.
Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
So Dan Mulhall, former Irish ambassador to the UK, talking there to Jennifer O'Leary. Let's go back to Catherine at the Titanic Count Centre. She's got Kevin Sharkey with her. Catherine, a few bits and pieces maybe that you've picked up on Strangford, and also a bit of news from the Electoral Office, I think, on timings. We're very keen to hear that news. What are you hearing?
Yes, Mark. Well, Kevin Sharkey has been speaking to the Chief Electoral Officer. Kevin, what have you been hearing?
Yes, well, I've been hearing about Strangford, and first of all, I must say the Strangford boxes were some of the last to arrive here, but early indications from some Alliance party members is that they feel they might be making some inroads into the majority Jim Shannon from the DUP held last time around. Now, there's no indication that Alliance are going to push Jim Shannon or take the seat, but they certainly seem to be confident that they are making ground, and that would have implications down the line for future elections.
And so his rival, the Alliance councillor Michelle Guy, then pushing Jim Shannon in that seat?
Yeah, that seems to be the view of some people in the Alliance who've been tallying the very early boxes. One of the terms used to me was that they feel that she may be in a position to give Jim Shannon a bloody nose before the morning is out.
Yeah, what are you hearing about declarations though? When do you think we might get the first one here at the Titanic Centre?
Yes, Catherine, and isn't speculation the most wonderful thing on a night, on a morning like this? We all love to do it, and that's all we can do at the minute. There's nothing definitive. But I think as the counting continues here, the West Belfast boxes were the first to have arrived here in complete form. So the expectation is now that West Belfast might be the first to be declared around about 2 o'clock. Strangford, on the other hand, as I said, their boxes were the last to arrive here, so they could be pushed down towards the end of the declarations. And again, it's all speculative, but the indications are that if the first count is declared around about 2 o'clock, there is a slight expectation that the last declaration, in other words, all the counts here, could be sorted around about 5 a.m. We'd all like that, wouldn't we?
We would indeed. And 600 counters are working away behind us here, trying to get through those boxes. And the votes are really starting to pile up now. You can start to see those, that they're getting through those votes. So we'll leave them to it for now. Back to you, Mark.
OK, Catherine, thanks very much indeed. 5 a.m. to complete the counts there at Titanic Belfast. 6 seats being counted, the 4 Belfast seats, and then North Down and Strangford. I think I've got Sammy Wilson. I have indeed got Sammy Wilson, the candidate for the DUP in East Antrim, joining us from Magherafelt. Sammy Wilson, evening to you. You've been out and about on the streets, and you've got the sun.
I have indeed. People thought on my holidays, Mark, but this is the sunny coast, north coast of Northern Ireland, and canvassing over the last number of days. Weather beaten some days, sun soaked other days, so it's been good. OK,
the sunny northeast, we'll call it from now on. How are things looking from your point of view in East Antrim, in terms of boxes being opened, tallies being calculated? What can you tell us?
Well, it's early days yet, and I think that less than half the boxes have been opened. And this is always the problem with tallies. if you'd taken the first number of boxes open, Sinn Féin were going to win the seat. And then after the next number of boxes, I was marching home without hardly any opposition. And then as other boxes, the vote becomes a bit more muddled than that. So until they're all open, because different areas of the constituency the parties will have different strengths. And I don't like making predictions just on the basis of less than half the boxes being open. But, during the campaign, we campaigned hard. We didn't take it for granted that it was a safe DUP seat. And of course, there are challenges anyway at this particular time. So you have to work hard if you're going to win a seat.
Yeah, you've been around long enough to know not to jump to conclusions too quickly. We've already had one concession on the programme tonight from Colonel Tim Collins in North Down, who says he's out of the race. He may well be out of the race, but certainly the count is not over, that's for sure. We're hearing things are tight in East Belfast, Lagan Valley and South Antrim. Not that the DUP is losing out, not that it's doing terribly, but just that things are very tight and very close. That won't surprise you, I assume, after what we've heard during the campaign?
I mean, we always knew that there would be a challenge in East Belfast, and that's why Gavin Robinson's message has always been to the electorate, look, there are two people who can win this seat, myself, Gavin Robinson, or Naomi Long. And if people chose to vote for the TUV, then that would dilute the unionist vote, and they could finish up with somebody who is totally opposed to everything they stand for. And so we've always acknowledged that East Belfast would be a difficult seat for us. Lagan Valley, obviously, because of the situation in which Johnny Buckley took over, was always going to be a challenge as well. He's fought a very good campaign. And again, I don't know, because I haven't heard from any of the tally takers in either of the two constituencies whether or not their fears are being justified or they're unjustified. And anyway, again, I would say, Mark, it's probably too early, because there's still a whole lot of boxes to be opened there, just as there are in East Antrim.
You had an Ulster Unionist candidate running against you, and of course Matthew Warwick from the TUV Reform camp. If you hang on, do you think that Nigel Farage's endorsement of you as his favoured candidate over the Reform TUV candidate will have had anything to do with it?
I don't know. It didn't come up much during the campaign, other than people finding it rather funny that on one hand the TUV were claiming to have Reform backing while the Reform leader was backing me. I think it was more amusement rather than the endorsement having an impact on my vote. It certainly never came up, other than that was one on the nose for the TUV kind of thing. But, you know, I welcomed his endorsement. I'd worked with him during the Brexit campaign. He did indicate that I was sound in all of the major issues, and I think that, you know, it was good to have that endorsement.
Can we just clear one thing up, Sammy? If you would. Ben Habib, the deputy leader of Reform, said the reason Nigel Farage endorsed you was because you and Ian Paisley were Nigel Farage's beer buddies. Are you Nigel Farage's beer buddy? And what is a beer buddy?
Well, first of all, I don't drink beer. And secondly, I've never even had a drink with Nigel. I've had meals with Nigel on occasions when we were campaigning, and we went for a meal afterwards. But the term beer buddies didn't strike any chord with me, not being, as I say, a beer drinker, and not regularly being in Nigel Farage's company when he's very fond of going to pubs, and that's where he does a lot of his communication with people. But that it wasn't the kind of relationship I had with him. It was more a relationship where he and I shared common views, shared common platforms, and I admired his style of campaigning.
You admire his style, and it looks like he might be doing quite well. Our exit poll suggests that Reform could end up with 13 seats. That comes with a bit of a health warning, because it's very difficult, the experts say, to predict exactly how Reform is going to do. But already, Reform has come second in 3 seats, pushing the Conservative candidates into third place. in those seats. So if he continues in that vein, tonight might be quite a good night for Nigel Farage.
Well, I hope it is. He'll add a bit of colour to the House of Commons, which can be a bit colourless at times. I think he'll add a bit of excitement to the debates. And I also think that it is a challenge to the Conservative Party, which lost its way. It lost its way in a whole lot of ways, including its commitment to the Union and the way it treated Northern Ireland, and indeed the way it treated Scotland, by the way. I mean, I think they were partly responsible for the rise of the Scottish Nationalist Party. I think that if you've got someone who is competing with them and chipping at their heels, it may well force the Conservative Party to think what should their policies actually be and what kind of a party do they want to be.
Nigel, Sammy, some people might say that after the 5, 6, 7 years that we've just had, we've had enough colour and excitement in and around the House of Commons post-Brexit. What we need now is steady, capable, boring government. That's what we need more than anything. You don't share that view?
Well, you need steady government, but you also need people who communicate with the electorate and who have got a bit of character which excites the electorate and causes the electorate to listen to the messages which they have. And I think that, over the last number of years, we have seen two parties which have not really excited the people. Keir Starmer is going to benefit from the fact that the Conservative Party not only didn't excite the people, but betrayed them in many ways, betrayed their own voters in many ways. And if we have a House of Commons where you've got a big Labour majority, then you do need people who can challenge them and challenge them vociferously, and also challenge them in a way which forces people to listen.
Dominic Grieve, who's a former senior Conservative, as you know, fought the 2019 election as an independent and was unsuccessful, but he was Attorney General in the David Cameron government. He says that the last thing we need is a Conservative Party looking over its shoulder at Nigel Farage. That's effectively a recipe for disaster in his view. You don't think he has a point?
Well, many Conservatives would argue, of course, that the reason why they're losing so badly is because they followed the advice of people like Dominic Grieve and this kind of one nation Conservative Party that lost its way when it came to tax, when it came to the kind of policies which they put forward, when it even came to some of the wokeness which they espoused in some areas. And I think that it's a choice that the Conservative Party has to make. Now, I'm not a member of the Conservative Party, but what I do know is that for many of their core supporters, I have addressed a number of Conservative associations, and one of the things that came through time and time again was that their party was they no longer regarded their party as a Conservative. In fact, on some occasions, some of the members said I was more Conservative than their MP.
Well, that's an interesting thought. It's going to be a battle for the soul of the Conservative Party on the other side of this election. There's no question about that if these numbers are right. And we'll see where Nigel Farage is in that debate. Always good to talk to you, Sammy. Thank you very much indeed. We'll see how that vote goes for you, and maybe we'll chat to you again later. But for now, appreciate your time. We're going to stay in Magherafelt, actually, different camera, different part of the Count Centre, because we're going to get an update on Fermanagh South Tyrone. Elaine is there for us, and I think, Elaine, Julian Fowler maybe has a bit of information he can share with us. Is that right?
Absolutely. We've moved to the highest point in Meadowbank, Mark. We're up here in the high balcony. There's a gym here. I can see a boxing bag over in the corner, and there's still plenty of battles going on here in Magherafelt. Let's talk about Fermanagh South Tyrone. It is the most marginal seat in Northern Ireland. Hugely symbolic. Julian Fowler has been getting some intel on what's unfolding. What can you tell us, Julian?
Well, we've been saying how boundary changes in this constituency favoured Sinn Féin in terms of bringing in voters into the constituency, and also unionist areas moving to Mid-Ulster. So we thought that Pat Cullen would be at an advantage. I caveated that earlier by saying it did depend on turnout, and what I'm hearing is turnout in Fermanagh and South Tyrone is at an historic low, in the low 60s, and it appears that it's the Sinn Féin vote that hasn't turned out. I've been told one ballot box in Dungannon puts Pat Cullen and Diana Armstrong neck and neck. They polled an equal number of votes in that one ballot box in Dungannon. What I'm hearing from other areas where Sinn Féin would have expected to poll well, that really the turnout is well down, and that would tie in with what I experienced, as I said, on my way here. One polling station in Cabra at 5 o'clock, turnout was at 25%, which, you know, it's going to take a lot to bring that vote out, before 10 o'clock. I've been speaking to one seasoned observer of elections who's been tallying the boxes, and he's actually putting Diana Armstrong slightly ahead. What I would say is I will carry out that strongly. We were here in 2010 when Rodney Connor was the Unionist candidate. He was put, I think, maybe a dozen votes ahead at one stage in the evening, ended up losing by 4 votes to Michelle Gildnew. So obviously they're still going through the ballot boxes. It's now just after 1 o'clock. So I think all those outlying polling stations, that have now, the ballot boxes have now arrived here in Magherafelt. So they are obviously still counting. But as I said, one of the observers who I've been speaking to is basically saying it's neck and neck. So maybe not quite as clear cut as we had thought earlier in the night.
Absolutely. As you say, the TUV and DUP choosing not to stand in Fermanagh South Tyrone. It was a unity candidate, though maybe not as united behind the scenes. But I mean, in terms of Sinn Féin, Pat Cullen, a big name, head of the RCN, a big profile. Big gamble then with Michelle Gildnew moving across the border to stand in the Republic. That didn't work out for her. This is, if that comes to pass, what you've just outlined, not a good story for Sinn Féin.
It would be massive. I mean, Pat Cullen, as you said, a big name, but also not from the constituency. Yes. And that may have counted against her.
Based in Belfast.
Obviously, this is the first time she has stood for an election, for Sinn Féin. So, a political novice from that point of view. But what I'm hearing is, that Sinn Féin just didn't canvass, particularly in the Tyrone area. That's what I'm hearing. They didn't necessarily have the local party workers out knocking on doors. There were people not canvassing for Pat Cullen, but I'm told some of them were from the other side of the border. Some were coming down from Belfast to do that, and they were quite surprised that maybe the local party didn't have the numbers out knocking on the doors. So if it's as close as what I am hearing, it is. That will be a major blow to Sinn Féin, and their decision to put Pat Cullen on the ballot paper, would have backfired. And the other thing we must say as well, obviously, Michelle Gildnew here had a huge personal vote. It wasn't just Sinn Féin, it was Michelle Gildnew. So that decision not to put her on the ballot paper maybe has cost them some votes.
OK, some really interesting stuff there, Julian. Thanks very much for that. Julian Fowler with that update from Fermanagh South Tyrone. Just to say as well, Mark, we did have a deputy returning officer at the podium just a few minutes before we came on air. Everybody got very excited, but it was just to announce the turnout for Mid-Ulster, which came in at just over 61%. If I'm remembering correctly, in and around, I think, the same as 2019, though I could be wrong, and I just don't have my notes with me, but that's all we've got yet in terms of declarations. So hopefully maybe something from Mid-Ulster quite soon.
OK, thanks very much indeed, Elaine. That is fascinating stuff. So 70.1%. Let's just put this to David McCann very, very quickly. 70.1% was the turnout in Fermanagh South Tyrone in 2019. So if it's low 60s, and Julian is saying it seems to be the Sinn Féin vote that hasn't turned out, that's the suggestion. Would that significantly alter the result, potentially?
It would, and it could flip the... Even on the boundary changes, look, we're only talking about Sinn Féin's majority going from 57 up to just a few hundred. Only once since 2001 has Fermanagh South Tyrone's turnout been below 70%, and in 2010, when that was the case, it was only just below 70%. So this could be the lowest turnout in Fermanagh and South Tyrone that we've seen in more than 20 plus years. OK,
no confirmation about what the actual figure is yet, but that's the steer that Julian is getting. Deirdre Hargey, what do you make of that? I mean, are you hearing that your candidate could be in a bit of trouble?
Nothing yet, no. I think it's still too early to tell, and I think particularly with this seat, it is so marginal. And it can come down to those individual votes. So I think we await. I mean, we had a good campaign. There was a lot of positivity around Pat and I suppose the work that has been done on the ground within the constituency. But the constituency also know that it comes down to those individual votes, and so we'll await the outcome at this point.
What do you make of what Julian said there, that he was hearing that Sinn Féin didn't canvass in certain parts of Tyrone where you might have expected the party to be canvassing? There weren't posters up where you might have expected posters to be up. Was the campaign, was the candidate a bit flat somehow or other?
No, I think, it was a snap election, with 6 weeks of a lead-in time. But, I was in Fermanagh, South Tyrone a few times. And I think, there was a good campaign on the ground. There were activists from those areas, local councillors, MLAs, Michelle Gildernew herself. Obviously, after the elections in the South were over, joined the campaign as well.
But she was a vote getter. Do you think maybe the decision to pull Michelle out to run in the European elections, with the benefit of hindsight, might have been a bad error of judgment?
Well, these are calls that you make at the time.
Sure.
And hindsight is a wonderful thing. And Michelle took on that challenge. It didn't work this time. We dust ourselves down and we move on to the next challenge. I think Pat is a good candidate. I think that was reflected in the doors that we wrapped. But we do, recognise across the board, with the summer election, turnout will be down. And again, it is too early to call this seat because it is so marginal. And I think we all recognise that at this point. So I will await, I suppose, the next hour or so to see how this plays out.
Yeah, and to be absolutely clear, and Gillian said it there, all the boxes are not yet open, but it's just that boxes that he was suggesting, boxes that should be more in favour of Sinn Féin, appear not to be. And the phrase he used a couple of times there was neck and neck.
Well, it always was a gamble, I think, for Sinn Féin to pull Michelle Gildernew out of that race, considering there was only 57 votes in it the last time round. And when you consider as well the difficulties that the also unionist candidate has had, we heard earlier from Thomas Elliott talking about the fact that the other parties didn't really put the shoulder to the wheel when it comes to getting out on the ground to canvass for Diana Armstrong. So she was, in a sense, in a weakened position, because we all remember whenever Tom Elliott fought that battle, he did have DUP canvassers on the ground with him. Very different dynamic this time. So that, in a sense, you would have thought would have played into Sinn Féin's hands in terms of their key rival. But that said, we know the difficulties around. Deirdre's talked about it there. They were in the middle of another campaign.
Yeah.
It was a momentum sapping, it has to be said, whenever the party didn't perform as well as it did in the southern elections.
And it certainly did not perform well in those local government elections or the European elections.
And what it meant in a practical sense is that, for instance, they were 3 weeks behind in the campaign. We know in a lot of constituencies, Sinn Féin posters didn't go up until 3 weeks before polling day. So it did present, I think, practical difficulties for the party.
Well, that's interesting. I'll get Mike's reaction to that in a second. I also want you just to comment on a tweet from our colleague Jane McCormack, who is saying that UUP sources she's been talking to are now saying they expect to win South Antrim by a large margin.
Well, that's very telling, but not very surprising. Mark, I would imagine they're probably taking stock of what they see in front of them in terms of the ballot papers. We've said it already. Robin Swann, it was a bold move, but an obvious move in terms of putting somebody like him in to take on what many would consider the most vulnerable DUP candidate in Paul Girvan. Given Robin Swann's popularity, given the way he canvassed, his posters talked about one big chance to make a change, and given, I think, the level of tactical voting which probably happened in South Antrim, all played to Robin Swann's strength. So there will be no great surprise if we end up in a situation tonight where Robin Swann is preparing to go to Westminster next week.
Yeah. Mike, let's bring you in here. I'm right in saying, aren't I, that under your leadership in 2015, you won South Antrim and Fermanagh South Tyrone?
Yes.
Yeah. So under the leadership of Doug Beattie, maybe, too early to say, but maybe, if what we're hearing turns out to be right, that could be repeated again tonight?
And I think that was part of Doug Beattie's strategy, was to look at the likes of Fermanagh South Tyrone, South Antrim, Lagan Valley, North Down, and try and win 2 out of 4 at a minimum. I'm very, very pleased for Robin. As Claire Hanna, I think she made the point, he has a big personal vote, and I think that would travel with him into any election, just about in any constituency. And in terms of Fermanagh, I am surprised that the Sinn Féin vote is down, but I think we have to recognise also Michelle Gildernew would carry a big personal vote.
Sure.
And that appears to have gone. Sinn Féin, of course, as Deirdre was saying, started this campaign with a focus in the Republic of Ireland, where they were campaigning down there. So what factor do you allow for that into what appears to be happening. But I mean, I'm delighted for Diana because she is clearly much more competitive than people were giving her credit for. And, you know, she does have pedigree, she does have background, family, Harry West. There's a tradition there. And she's a hard worker, and she's maybe not that well known across Northern Ireland, but she's well known in and around Fermanagh. And I'm just delighted she's competitive. With the proviso, it's too early to say.
She's a local councillor, of course.
Yes.
Yeah. John, just your thoughts on what we're hearing?
Yeah, I agree with Mike. I mean, South Antrim, it was a thing of genius from the UUP, which has not always been noted for its tactical electoral acumen, it should be said. Except, of course,
that was a very dirty look from Mike Nesbitt.
It was a thing of genius. Why wouldn't you put your most high-profile candidate in to fight a constituency which you have a genuine chance of winning, because it is a swing constituency? I'm interested to see how many of the Blairites, the John Blair supporters, might have also voted for Robin Swan. I think that will have helped. In terms of Fermanagh South Tyrone,
we'll know that. Sorry, that would be tactical voting. We'll know that if John Blair underperforms.
If his vote
appears to underperform.
goes down, yeah. I'd still be very cautious about calling Fermanagh South Tyrone, though. It is if the UUP have won it, it is quite a feat. I was never sold on this idea that it was a great idea putting Pat Cullen in there. I thought the effect would be neutral. I didn't think it would make any difference because Sinn Féin supporters will back Sinn Féin normally in that seat, whoever is the candidate. It is quite a feat, though, if the UUP have taken it, notwithstanding its marginality, because the unionist vote has been ticking down. If you look at the Assembly and local elections, the unionist vote has ticked downwards and has gone under 40%, and the nationalist vote has been over 50%. Now, of course, you've got the SDLP standing there, and it'd be interesting to see the size of the SDLP vote, and Aintree was standing this time to see whether they might have peeled off a few votes, perhaps. I'm not sure whether they stood in 2019. I don't think they did. So those factors may account if, and it's a massive if, I think, whether the UUP have taken that.
Yeah, very interesting. I want to come to David Ford because South Antrim, as you've said, is your thing. And that tweet from Jane McCormack, just to be clear what she was saying, this was 6 minutes ago, UUP sources expect to win South Antrim by a large margin. But hearing they also polled well, but expect to finish third in East Antrim. That race between the DUP and Alliance, say the Ulster Unionist Party, people she's been talking to, could be close. Are you hearing anything similar?
I haven't anything specific on East Antrim, but it would be no surprise, given the significant increase in the Alliance vote that Danny Donnelly got last time, the fact he then gained a second Assembly seat for us, it's clear that the gap between the DUP and Alliance is narrowing. And presumably, if there's been any sort of TUV impact, that will have hit the DUP as well.
Yeah, I suppose. What do you make of all of that, David?
Because
welcome to our panel, by the way. You've left Claire and you've joined us. That's fine. You're very welcome on this side of the house.
It's interesting because no one has won South Antrim with a majority of more than 3,500 votes since 2000. So if Robin has won this by a large margin, it could actually be, could be quite a pendulum busting feat. There probably has been some time. We did note on the Red Lions podcast. The nationalist vote's typically about 5 to 7 points higher at an assembly than it is in a general. What's the difference there? It's the UUP vote. The UUP vote is typically higher. In East Antrim, we were talking about the Alliance UUP tug of war. Whilst David's right, Alliance did get an assembly seat. The Ulster Unionists did get more votes in 2022 and did get a swing to them. So obviously the Alliance has won this bout again at Westminster. They did come second in 2019. But if it's close there and the DUP are copying this swing in South Antrim that's being reported, then it looks like early doors, the DUP are in for a bit of a difficult day.
Yeah, Sammy Wilson didn't look too troubled when we talked to him 10 or 15 minutes ago, it has to be said. And he made the point that it's an early stage in the count, not all the boxes are open. Nigel, you've been listening to this conversation very carefully. I don't know how much information you're getting on your phone from party colleagues on the ground, but...
Not as much as I would like.
OK, well, if they're watching or listening, do they have your number all right, Nigel? Yeah?
Oh, yes,
maybe they think that now that you're in the Lords, you're a bit too lofty for them. And,
not at all.
They're a bit scared off.
If you saw someone message, you know there's no deference there.
Is that right? Well, you can share that with me over a cup of coffee later then. What do you make of that? Do you think Sammy should be a little bit more concerned than he appeared to be? He was his usual relaxed self.
Sammy never looks terribly concerned. He has that demeanour about him. We're talking about colourful characters in politics. He's one of them. I'd be very, very surprised if East Antrim wasn't in Sammy's camp after the count. But look, this is well, especially for those of us here in the studio that aren't even at the count. You know, you're hearing all sorts of things. It does look, from what's been said in South Antrim, as if now that's becoming clearer. I'd be surprised if people were saying things so definitely if there wasn't some kind of credence to it. But again, we have to wait and see. I agree with Joe. It's far too early for Fermanagh South Tyrone. Yeah. We had heard certainly during the campaign, especially towards the end, our people were picking up, certainly at the Dungannon end, where the DUP has a very strong vote in around Mike Ashland, parts like that, that there was a bit of resentment or feeling of concern among nationalists and Republicans about the imposition of Pat Cullen. There was a feeling that that Pat Cullen was sort of Belfast-based, had been put in, that there were some local candidates who might have been better placed. That's just anecdotal, but certainly that was being reported to.
She's not actually from Belfast.
No, but based in Belfast. Look, who knows? I mean, one of the tweets or texts I did get through was to say, just remember, some of the boxes in Fermanagh South Tyrone are still to be opened. So look, it's very difficult to be making predictions there. But I mean, we have always recognised that South Antrim was a very difficult seat and has gone back and forward. But we wait and see what happens on that.
Do you think it was a stroke of genius moving Robin Swan from North Antrim into South Antrim, as John's just described it?
Well, I mean, I wouldn't necessarily describe it as something that is so blatantly obvious to do as a stroke of genius. You know, I mean, it's the sort of thing, you know, that's pretty blindingly obvious. I think, though, having said that, you know, it was a good move from the Ulster Unionist Party. It'd be very interesting to see what happens in terms of the TUV vote in these constituencies and what impact that has had on the DUP vote. Certainly in a seat like that where there's a unionist victor, that's one thing. But if you look at places like East Belfast, Lagan Valley and elsewhere, if the TUV intervention results in those seats going to a non-unionist, then I think that will be a very sad day for unionism, and there'll be severe questions for the TUV to answer if that happens.
OK. David, did you want to come in?
Yeah, it's just because when we talked about Paul Girvan, he did have the lowest winning share of any incumbent DUP MP, only over 35% of the vote, which is the second lowest in Northern Ireland in 2019. So it always was a very vulnerable seat. But again, the margin is something to look out for. And just absolutely, don't forget, 2010, tallies had Rodney Connor winning Fermanagh South Tyrone by 9 votes. And of course, Michelle Gildernew ended up on top of the account.
OK, let's cross over to the South Lake Leisure Centre in Craigavon. Richard Morgan is standing by for us. I think with Louise Cullen with a bit more information about South Down. Is that right, Richard?
Yeah, it is indeed, Mark. South Down, we had said at the beginning of this programme, could be one to watch, that we could be in for a surprise. But Louise Cullen, you're going to tell me that may not be the case?
Yeah, it's still early days. Of course, the boxes, there are some that are yet to be verified in South Down, but looking behind us here, the pigeonholes really are telling their own story. The stacks in Chris Hazard's opening are definitely increasing, but Colin McGrath's aren't doing too badly. You know, there's still a lot to play for. Anyone that we ask for a bit of a steer on this, they're all saying it is early days. They're not nailing any colours to the wall, but safe to say Chris Hazard is looking quite a happy gentleman walking around the account centre here this evening.
You're also keeping an eye, Louise, on Upper Ban. Some speculation that Carla Lockhart, the incumbent, maybe wasn't too pleased or too confident. What are you hearing?
Yeah, that's very much along the lines of what we're hearing. People are saying that perhaps she's not performing quite as well in some areas. The vote hasn't held up to the same extent that they would have anticipated. Again, as I say, it's very early days here. Boxes still being verified. We don't have a turnout. You know, we've got a long way to go here in South Lakes Leisure Centre, that's for sure.
Yeah, but we know all the boxes are here, Louise. And Mark, important to give you a quick update on Lagan Valley. 2 sources close to the Lagan Valley count telling us that it's on a knife edge. It's too close to call between the DUP's Jonathan Buckley and Alliance's Saoirse Eastwood, and that we could be in, and I'll whisper it, we could be in for a recount at Lagan Valley at some point if it is that close. Robbie Butler, the Ulster Unionist Party deputy leader, clearly going to be in third place, but we understand he is built on his previous results in general elections. But Lagan Valley, we are keeping a very close eye.
Excellent. That's what we like. Richard, thank you very much indeed. Lots of people keeping close eyes on counts as they develop. We're inching towards, here's me being very optimistic, inching towards our first result in Northern Ireland. Maybe I'm slightly over-egging the pudding, Claire. I'm going to give you the next 6 or 7 minutes. Enda and I are going to we're going to stretch our legs.
Good for you.
So you can talk to Deirdre and Newton.
What about our legs?
Well, you've been stretching them, presumably, haven't you?
Giving away our secrets. Yes, I am going to speak to Deirdre and to Newton, and we're going to have a look at how this local picture is panning out at the minute. I suppose we've heard so much about the Ulster Unionist Party already and how they're faring in places like South Antrim or in Fermanagh, South Tyrone. We haven't heard much about the DUP at all, really, yet. Newton?
No, and all the good news that we're hearing from unionism, it's ridiculous to be calling Fermanagh and South Tyrone at this time of the night. It is very, very early, but all the good news we're hearing about unionism is for other unionists, the UUP and Alex Easton. The DUP vote, the sense appears to be that it's down, that it's dropped down all over, and that in strong unionist constituencies, people are taking the option of voting for other unionist parties. We spoke there, the panel were speaking there about looking at how the alliance vote might have dropped in South Antrim. But I think that you're looking there also. You need to look very closely at the drop in the DUP vote itself. Is there a heave against the DUP? There's not just the TUV looking over their shoulder, I think, on this, but just a general disaffection from unionist voters after all the scandals and problems that there have been over the past few years. The party's U-turn on its Brexit deal since February, that's probably caused a lot of confusion and disaffection as well. And what you've got to remember about voters is that they don't change their party as much as they just stay at home. That's the big change that happens in elections. We do too much analysis of why people might switch their vote. What they mainly do is they either turn up or they switch off. And I think that the sense we're getting now is that a lot of DUP voters thought, I can't be bothered with it this time.
Deirdre?
Well, in terms of Sinn Féin and in terms of nationalism, we've talked a lot about this campaign being dull, uninspiring, not much to excite us. I think particularly in terms of nationalism, it has been a very mundane competition. Sinn Féin haven't really ever looked engaged. Of course, they had their eye to the south and they looked as if they didn't have that machine that we talked about so many times, this well-oiled machine that they would just crank into action when required. That didn't appear on the ground. If you looked at Derry, for example, until relatively recently, we didn't even have posters for Sandra Duffy. So I think that really has been an issue, and it's difficult for them because the message is, on the one hand, Westminster's not relevant to us. The Tories have been very bad to us. Tory austerity is the cause of all our problems, but at the same time we want you to get out and vote. Now I know it's early and early indications are saying that they haven't got the vote out, but you can understand why, because in the previous elections there was the big conversation about Brexit and how we had to galvanise votes around people who were pro and anti-Brexit. Previous election, it was about making Michelle O'Neill the First Minister. There isn't that big framing this time, and I think that has really hurt Sinn Féin. The other thing I would say, maybe this is going to be a student's PhD, is about the use of celebrity endorsement. So when Pat Cullen was announced, many commentators said, oh, what a genius move. She's very high profile. This is going to work very well. Maybe in a similar way that people looked at Tim Collins, although I think at the start they thought, well, that's a bit of a strange one.
If he wasn't a celebrity before, he certainly is now. Deirdre, isn't he?
But I think the Pat Cullen thing is very interesting because maybe what we're beginning to see is people like to vote for people who they believe have earned their spurs, who have been in the constituency, know the constituency, are grounded within the constituency. And there is always this kind of reaction to people who, because of their little bit of stardust, have been parachuted in somewhere, and maybe we're beginning to see a sort of backlash against that. As was discussed before, she doesn't live within the constituency, she doesn't have a political background, and did she really take the electorate for granted and think she was a shoo-in?
But then you look at South Antrim and a candidate being parachuted, I suppose, in there as well, and yet it seems to be working.
Well, I don't think that that's the same thing. For example, he was in a neighbouring constituency, he was only moving...
But people too take that very seriously when someone comes into a new constituency.
But I think actually that was a very smart move, because obviously a calculation was that he wasn't going to unseat Ian Paisley, but that he had a chance in a constituency that has flip-flopped and has a history of flip-flopping, and that he could say, look, I have family here, my parents live here, I have very close ties. So he was neighbouring, he had links, he wasn't coming from a completely different area, with no history. And yes, he's had a very high profile, but also he's against the DUP candidate that most people, I think, would struggle to recognise.
And that this comes back to the idea that it's not so much Swan winning as Girvan losing. I think that might be as much that might be the thing the DUP really needs to look out for here.
Because the interesting thing
is there this heave against the party by the Unionists.
Yeah, but they didn't decide, oh, he's such a high profile and he was the most popular politician, that we will put him up against Ian Paisley and he's a chance of unseating him. They obviously made a calculation that yes, he has a level of celebrity, but not enough to win in his own constituency. So it was a strategic decision. It looks like it was a good one. But when we say, you know, this was the Swan factor, yes, against a candidate that the vast majority of people would struggle to recognise in the streets. And I think that's where the important point has to be made.
Where do you think the DUP is going to have a good moment tonight, Newton? Not just a getting by moment, but a moment that'll invigorate the party.
East Antrim, I think, is probably looking like their safest seat at the moment. I mean, I can't really see the Alliance mounting any serious challenge there. No. But I mean, I think that I came into this the election tonight thinking that the DUP would lose votes, but hang on to seats, and I still think that's. I still think that's just about in the bounds of possibility at this stage.
And also, if they lost their seat to Robin Swan, it wouldn't be a catastrophe, given some of the predictions that we've been listening to.
It was so widely predicted.
It was so widely predicted, and they would think, well, it's a unionist in the seat, so perhaps it wouldn't be so bad. But when we're looking at losses, perhaps across Northern Ireland, that becomes a completely different picture, where they're going to have to go away and regroup and say, there is a backlash against the sea border and what has happened in terms of leadership.
Or if they end up holding what amount to a clutch of marginals, if they hold on to their seats, but by shockingly reduced percentages, which looks
Gregory
possible
Campbell
as well.
Is likely to retire, that Sammy Wilson may retire. So some of their big names that have held seats, what happens when they go?
They will have to think about succession.
They will.
Particularly when we look forward even to the Assembly elections in 2027, we need to think about who's going to lead those campaigns and be those big endorsement faces that we've seen throughout this campaign as well. We'll just want to talk about Belfast very quickly, because we haven't really had a chance to speak about Belfast. The likes of East Belfast, I mean, how close do you think this is going to go?
Well, apparently, according to the reports that we're reading, it's absolutely neck and neck, and the DUP is saying that itself.
And could we have Belfast without a unionist MP?
Yes, you could.
Yes, we could. And that seemed to be unimaginable just probably 10 years ago.
Well, I'm sure we'll have a few unimaginable moments throughout the evening. Thank you to both. We're going to head to Elaine in Magherafelt. I believe that she has a guest that we'd like to hear from.
Yes, Claire, we're live here with Diana Armstrong, UUP candidate for Fermanagh South Tyrone. We're hearing that you have polled very well. Are you confident of winning this seat?
I'm very confident of winning the seat. I've conducted a really good campaign with a really good team. We have covered the entire constituency, visited every village and every town. So, yes, I'm confident the hard work has paid off.
How would you describe, I suppose, the looming then political change? Because for only two brief years and 20 years has a UUP politician held this seat?
Yes. Well, I think, you know, it's been something that's been building, certainly the confidence of the Ulster Unionist Party and the messaging that we're giving. So certainly I just feel this has been something that we've been waiting for to happen.
Why do you think you've won?
Well,
I caveat that it hasn't been declared yet, but you're feeling very confident, obviously, at this point.
I would remain cautious. We obviously have to go through a process here, and I'm feeling confident because I have faith in my campaign and my team. and I know the people, I know the area. I'm a hard-working councillor and I do know what matters in Fermanagh. So I feel I'm in touch with people, I'm grounded and I belong to the place. So I think those are advantages that I've proven myself well over the years.
You have been the Unionist Unity candidate for Fermanagh South Tyrone. The DUP and the TUV didn't stand. But behind the scenes, Diana Armstrong, and I'm sure you'll have been aware, there have been suggestions that things haven't been maybe as unified as unionism would expect, and there wasn't that DUP TUV presence maybe when you were out canvassing. What would you say to that?
Well, I think we're part of the Unionist family. We all want the same objectives. I have had the endorsement and the support given to me by the two leaders, the leaders of the TUV and the leader of the DUP, and for that I'm very grateful. Locally, DUP personalities have supported me and I'm grateful for that as well. On the ground, as I said, I refer to my team. I was confident in the strength we had on the ground and the messaging we were giving out, so that wasn't a distraction at all, didn't distract us from our job.
Just finally, Diana Armstrong, it was 6:59 when Fermanagh South Tyrone was declared last time. Any idea when we might hear this time?
I hope it's a little bit sooner than that. I think for everybody's sake, I would like it to be slightly sooner, please.
Thank you for speaking to us on BBC News in Northern Ireland. Thank you. So there you have it. Diana Armstrong, they're very confident. She is saying very confident of taking Fermanagh South Tyrone, which would be a seismic shift if that happens. But again, we haven't had it declared yet. We're still in the early hours. So yeah, but I mean, if that comes to pass, significant change in what is a hugely symbolic seat. But what will be critical in Fermanagh South Tyrone as well is that margin. 57 votes last time. We know every vote counts in Fermanagh South Tyrone. So we'll have to see how that plays out.
Really interesting. Elaine, thanks very much indeed for that. And we just caught the end of Diana Armstrong there, the Ulster Unionist candidate in Fermanagh South Tyrone. She seems very confident, as Elaine says. We know it's going to be tight, but we thought that the confidence would be on the other foot.
Absolutely. We expected this to be a much easier task for Sinn Féin this time around because of the boundary changes. Blackwater Town, for instance, coming into play. More nationalist votes there than unionist. Killyman moving out of the constituency. More unionist votes there gone. And there was a sense among unionists on the ground that they felt that the numbers were moving in the wrong direction for them. And hence they were less optimistic about how this was going to turn out for them. We've heard already in the programme about the difficulties and the challenges Sinn Féin have faced in some parts of this constituency. That said, of course, I think it's far too early to be speculating about a possible outcome here, given how tight this battle has been in the past. But nonetheless, it's interesting listening to Diana Armstrong there, just how confident she appears. And obviously she's there on the ground and she sees how the tallies are working out. But I would say some way to run in this yet.
What about North Antrim? Because you're picking up some interesting information about what might be developing there.
Yeah, it's starting to appear perhaps as if the Nigel Farage candidate is going to be run very close by the Reform Party candidate up there, because it looks as if Ian Paisley is getting more of a battle than he expected from Jim Allister from the TUV party, because as we know, coming into this, we all thought Ian Paisley was quite secure in that seat. The big Paisley brand, of course, was going to carry him over the line, but it does appear as if Jim Allister is mounting quite a substantial battle up there, and the latest we'd heard with the two were neck and neck. But as I say, we still have some way to run in that constituency too. But the fact that people there are now telling us from a number of sources that it's much closer than people anticipated is in itself significant.
David, this is the safest DUP seat in Northern Ireland with a majority of 12,721, the fourth safest seat in Northern Ireland overall. I'm not really sure what running close means. Does running close mean having that majority, or does running close seriously having the chance of taking the seat?
Probably close for Paisley and North Antrim would be being within 10,000 votes. But if that's what's happening in North, this is the Paisley dynasty, so they've represented this seat for 54 years. I think I'm right in saying that's the longest family dynasty, I think, in modern UK political history, at 54 years. If that's what's happening up there, and what we are seeing happening in South Antrim, what we've been reported on in East Antrim, East Belfast, a picture is coming together here of a really difficult DUP day. And it's just everywhere we're seeing different. It is sporadic, it is patchy, but it is all consistent. The DUP are under the pump. They're under the pump in North Antrim all the way down to East Belfast. So don't forget, Jim Allister did try to take on Ian Paisley in 2010. He got badly beaten 2-1. If he is running neck and neck up there, then I think that's going to spell trouble for the DUP everywhere else.
And it is worth saying, of course, the polls were talking about a significant drop for the DUP in terms of the performance last time. They were saying in and around the early 20s as opposed to the low 30s from 2019.
And when the UUP had their implosion in 2005, which has been the biggest swing away from an incumbent unionist party in modern history, that was 9 points. The Lucid Talk poll said about 11 points. So again, this could be on to break those type of records. But again, early doors, but this... The patchy information we're getting in is all spelling bad news for the DUP. So this needs to turn around pretty quickly for them.
Yeah, I think I'm probably quoting your figures back to you, but the DUP vote fell in 2019 by 11.5 percentage points. What's that? The fourth biggest swing away from the DUP in Northern Ireland.
Yeah, in North. And don't forget, they had a really bad Assembly election. The biggest swing away from the DUP across Northern Ireland in 2022 was in North Antrim. And of course, that ended up... I remember sitting in the studio with David, with Trish O'Lynn, of course, ended up taking a seat off the DUP up there. It was a 15-point swing, so yeah.
We just saw pictures there of Colm Eastwood, the SDLP leader, arriving at the count in Magherafelt. He's defending, of course, the biggest majority in Northern Ireland from 2019 of just over 17,000 votes. Enda?
We're also hearing some difficulty for Stephen Farry as well in North Down. That does seem to be an emerging picture there. We heard from Alex Easton earlier in the programme, more or less accepting that he was going to be the winner, talking about finding his replacement for his Assembly seat at some stage this week. We all thought it was a bit premature, but it looks as if his optimism might well be well placed there, because it does look as if Alex Easton is building up a lead over Stephen Farry, which is not surprising, I think, when you look back to the dynamics at play in the 2019 election, because let's not forget it was very much fought against the backdrop of Brexit. There was a pro-Remain alliances between candidates. We know Stephen Farry benefited from that at the time. But I think more crucially was the fact that Stormont had been down for 3 years. And so whenever Alliance pushed the button of a dysfunctional Assembly, it works much better when the Assembly's down as opposed to when the Assembly's up and running, as it is now. So I think for those factors, I think it was going to be a bit of a challenge for Stephen Farry down there to step into a constituency when he didn't have an oven-ready campaign, if you like, that was already up and running.
I want to bring David Ford in at this point. It's a very patchy picture right across Northern Ireland at this stage, and that's because we don't have all of the facts that we would want at our disposal at this stage. But sounds like your one outgoing MP, Stephen Farry, is in a bit of trouble in North Down, but that you're certainly in the mix in East Belfast and Lagan Valley. Does that narrative tie in with what you're hearing?
That's the way I'm hearing it as well. I mean, certainly, Enda's talked about the differences between 2019 and this year in terms of North Down. It also seems that Tim Collins, who we expected to be taking votes off the potential Alex Easton pile, hasn't done it. The one thing which seems to have been right was he conceded very early on. Whether he should have is another issue, but it seems to be a collapse there with the unionist votes going towards Easton. And of course, we don't know the effect of the Green and SDLP candidates who weren't there last time. But the other thing, when we've just talked about County Antrim, sorry, pardon me for being parochial, but it does seem the DUP are getting 3 slightly different kickings in the 3 constituencies called Antrim. They're clearly getting a kicking for the Ulster Unionists in South Antrim. They're getting a kicking from Alliance in East Antrim, and they're getting a kicking from TUV in North Antrim. But in particular in North Antrim, we shouldn't forget, as David said, it's now the only constituency which has 5 MLAs from 5 different parties. So it's always, at that level, much closer than people have tended to assume that the Paisley dynasty continues forever.
Yeah, I think that's a really, really interesting point. People talk about North Antrim and they think it's DUP heartland. But when you look at those Assembly seats, the spread is such that it just... Sinn Féin is in there. We know that the SDLP has been strong there in the past. It is really very, very... And Alliance did extremely well with Patricia O'Lynn.
Pointing out, but as I said 2 years ago, there are now as many Alliance MLAs in North Antrim as there are DUP MLAs in North Antrim.
Yeah. So it's a point well made, John, isn't it?
It's worth mentioning as well with North Antrim. The TUV did come second in the parliamentary contest in 2015 and got 15% of the vote. And obviously that was Timothy Gaston. With Jim Allister in the fray, then all things are possible. In terms of North Down, I'd echo what Enda said. I mean, 2019 was that perfect storm for Alliance with Brexit, the Assembly down, and remember, both of the big two had substantial percentage drops in their vote share at the 2019 election. Sinn Féin were down 7%, overshadowed because they had the North Belfast scalp of Nigel Dodds, and the DUP was down 6%. Very difficult to replicate that perfect storm. I suppose that the obvious question begged, the fear for Alliance is, OK, well, if Stephen Farry can't hang on, can they get over the line in East Belfast? Can they get over the line in Lagan Valley, which I think is a big ask? And with someone who's got a book coming out on Alliance next month, I'm taking a particular...
Oh, you're actually getting it published at last?
Taking a particular interest in this, because you could have a party with no parliamentary seats again.
And then people will start saying, will I start questioning the Alliance surge? There's no question that there has been an Alliance surge. Would that indicate an end to the Alliance surge, or what could we read into that?
Not necessarily if their transfer friendliness can remain in place for assembly seats.
Right.
I mean, if you
different electoral system benefits Alliance.
17 assembly seats, more than doubling their representation, was huge. Although their actual first preference vote, David Ford will correct me if I'm wrong, this actually was down on their 2019 general election vote. I know that people like Lee Reynolds claim that the Alliance surge is therefore petering out. I wouldn't go that far, but if you can't hold on to your parliamentary seats, you do, or make parliamentary gains to compensate for a loss of a parliamentary seat, assuming that Stephen Farry has lost in North Down. It's not a done deal yet.
Accepting your point, John, that our Assembly vote was down compared to our Westminster vote, but then remember the number of places where there was that perfect storm and there were no competitors, Greens and SDLP and so on. I mean, nearly every party's vote tends to go down in an STV election because they're losing to the minor candidates who appear. Our vote was not significantly down. When you look at the transfers that came back in, it was clear that it was simply people who were voting something like Green and then coming back to us. And that's why our Assembly seats went up so much.
And might Naomi suffer, David, do you think, in East Belfast with a crowded field this time round? Whereas in the last time, there were just 3 of them in the race?
Well, potentially, yes. We simply don't know, because I haven't heard anybody quoting any tallies for parties which aren't in contention. We simply don't know what Greens or SDLP may have taken in East Belfast.
I just want, because there's another fact here, is that this, if this is borne out, this is again the second time that Alliance MP has failed to win a second term. And I just wonder then, is there maybe a bit of a concern there about, North Down is a place apart. We've had 4 independents elected since 1974 at Westminster. 3 of them have been in North Down. It truly is a political place apart. But would you be worried about the kind of durability of the Alliance surge? Because Alliance are good at making gains. We wait to see in 2027 whether Alliance can hold gains at Assembly. But at Westminster now, you've gained something, you've lost it, and you've gained it again and lost it.
Well, in Assembly terms, we are the only party that has never lost a seat. Sorry, except TUV. So that, there is an issue there which is slightly different. I certainly remember what happened over issues of flags in Belfast when Naomi was elected, and a campaign that was targeted against her, which was nothing to do with the decision in the City Council. There's been a similar amount of abuse thrown at Stephen. You just don't know exactly how much effect those kind of things have.
Just looking there a moment or two ago at pictures from Magherafelt of the TUV leader, Jim Allister, wandering about talking to a few people. And I see now Robin Swan. I was going to say the reason our cameras are trained on the doors there, the entrance doors at Magherafelt's Meadowbank Sports Arena, is because we are awaiting 2 arrivals, and I think the first is just about to happen, and that is the Ulster Unionist candidate for South Antrim, Robin Swan. His party confident that he is going to win that seat, former Health Minister. There he is with the, would you call that a navy blue jacket on? I think you would, just on the left-hand side of your screen, and we're hoping that Elaine McGee is going to do a doorstep with him if she can get his attention. She's there ready to go. We're also expecting Michelle O'Neill, the Sinn Féin Vice President and First Minister, to arrive, I think, shortly as well in Magherafelt. So we could have a bit of activity there. You can see the doors. There's Robin Swan going through the security protocol. And there's obviously a bit of good humour. I think with any luck, he's going to walk in and Elaine's going to stick a microphone in his direction and talk to him. So we're looking at these pictures. This is live. And here, I think Elaine has got hold of Robin Swan. Here we go.
Northern Ireland. Are you confident you can take the seat in South Antrim?
Well, look, from the feedback I'm receiving so far, it seems we could be heading that way, but awaiting the results being announced.
Can you give us a rough idea of the margins, Mr. Swan, even very rough?
I don't have those figures at the moment.
You're not confident to say. Can I just ask you why you think it has swung in your direction?
Well, look, I think we've had a very dedicated team working across South Antrim. The decision the party made, actually moving me from North Antrim into South Antrim, I actually think has paid off in regards to this. But look, the engagement we were having across the entire constituency was positive. People in South Antrim were saying they wanted to change, and we've given them that option.
How much, though, do you think of your profile of Health Minister played into that, Mr. Swan? Mr. Swan's moving on. He's entered the room here at Meadowbank to rapturous applause, as you heard there. Very confident, Mark, of taking the South Antrim seat. Paul Girvan had been seeking his third term. He'd held the seat since 2017. He was here earlier. Haven't seen him in the last while, but Robin Swan there, as you heard, very confident South Antrim will be declared in his favour, but we don't have that final declaration just yet.
OK, Elaine, thanks very much indeed. He wasn't, I don't know, I'm not sure if Elaine can hear me or not. I was going to say he wasn't too keen to say too much more over and above a very basic answer that he's confident, and it's all thanks to a dedicated team and the people in the constituency looking for change. He's probably wise not to make himself a hostage to fortune under these circumstances, isn't he?
Well, he's probably waited to get this moment, so he doesn't want to say or do anything until he's fully over the line, I would have thought. So he's just playing it very clever, as we know Robin Swan does. He's a pretty seasoned operator when it comes to media performances, but it looks as if he's pulled this off, and it is quite an achievement when you consider the fact that the party's had a tough time, to say the very least. And Doug Beattie always talked about shrinking the party before growing it, and maybe this is the first step towards growing the party.
Well, that's always the thing that people say to Doug, isn't it? Shrink to grow. We're doing a lot of shrinking. When are we going to start the growing? So maybe tonight is the night. Maybe, who knows?
Well, it's looking good.
The interesting thing is, whenever you talk to Robin Swan, and I did one of his last interviews when he was Health Minister, and he said the reason he wanted to be the MP for South Antrim was so that he could take the issue of Northern Ireland Health onto the benches at Westminster. Now, of course, it's a devolved issue, so I'm not quite sure what Westminster's going to do as far as that's concerned. But would you regard that as something positive, as somebody who's taken on the challenge of running health and social care in Northern Ireland? Do you think Robin Swan's going to be able to help you from Westminster if that's where he ends up tonight?
Absolutely, he would be able to help me. Two things about Robin. He's very, very popular, but he's also very smart, and he takes issues and he thinks them through to the nth degree from all sorts of angles. So if he gets elected, he won't just be one of 650 members of Parliament. He will carve out some sort of niche for himself, and he's already indicated what that will be in terms of health. I know you're not putting a great deal of store by what he said because he was very cautious. I would put a lot more store by the hug he gave Stephen Nicholl and the way he was slapping him on the back. That says a lot more than Robin's words.
Bit of hugging going on in Magherafelt. We're just looking at live pictures here of the Sinn Féin President, Mary Lou McDonald, arriving with her Vice President, the First Minister, Michelle O'Neill. And there was a bit of a hug there for Cathal Manahan, who's the Sinn Féin candidate in Mid-Ulster, of course. I don't know if we can hear this. We unfortunately, we're not in that mix, but we'll grab hopefully Michelle O'Neill and Mary Lou and have a conversation with them very shortly. But you can see that they're absolutely surrounded by a posse of journalists there. And they'll be hopeful, of course, that there'll be seats up for grabs for Sinn Féin. And we were saying earlier, really little doubt about Mid-Ulster and West Tyrone for Sinn Féin. But there is apparently a question mark over Fermanagh and South Tyrone. The other interesting one, of course, in Magherafelt is Foyle. That's where the Foyle count is happening. And I mean, Sinn Féin might be having a bad night. We don't know for sure, but might be having a bad night. But there's little chance, even if it has the best of nights, that it's going to overturn that Foyle majority of 17,000 for Colum Eastwood.
Well, there is a big gap there from the last election, no doubt about that, but it also has to be said in the recent Assembly elections and Council elections, Sinn Féin outpolled the SDLP on both occasions. Now, we know tactical voting is a big issue in the Foyle constituency. We know that Colum Eastwood has a big personal vote as well, perhaps bigger than his party there, but I do think it would mark a pretty significant move if I think Sinn Féin were to take that seat back again. I think Colm Eastwood is pretty confident, given the way his campaign has gone, given the fact that I think, like in Fermanagh South Tyrone, Sinn Féin perhaps came a little bit late to the campaign because of what was happening south of the border. All of those things, I think, probably played to the strength of the SDLP. So it would be a surprise if Colm Eastwood didn't return to Westminster next week, along with his colleague Claire Hanna.